Testing 1 2 3. 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 Testing 1 2 3.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi Shivani, how are you?
I'm fine, ma'am. We'll begin by 10, like we were just
I know, I
testing.
know. I just entered. I just thought that it's better that I enter and stay. So, how's you're not doing your MPhil, right?
Yeah, I'm doing my MPhil. Right. Like I'll be submitting it soon now.
Okay,
Okay.
because I think I don't know. Means I just heard that you might not be submitting or something. So I was like a bit. I
Uh-huh.
said no, Shivani is normally not that kind of a
No,
person.
I gave the pre-MPhil submission, but like now I'll be. Okay.
Yeah, you have got an extension also. I think 6 months.
Yeah, we did.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, means try and submit it. Maybe if not, of course not this month, but in a month or two.
Yeah,
It is better because I don't know. I mean, I see a big game plan and all this, extensions because with all these extensions, it's a kind of a delayed PhD.
yeah. Ma'am, we are live on YouTube right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Okay,
just want
bye bye.
to say that.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I made my video on just to inform that I have already joined.
Oh, excellent. I think just give us a few minutes. They are just working.
Okay, it's fine. Because so many people have joined, so
Yes.
it's there are chances of missing out that who are the
Good
key
morning.
persons.
Good morning, Professor Mahapatra. How are you?
Fine.
Abhi rehne do.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. How are you? Yes. I think you're absolutely clear. We'll just wait for a few minutes till the, I think people are coming in.
Sure.
Good morning, Professor Arora. How are you?
Good morning, Vidu. Good to see you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Hello, Chinta.
Good morning, sir.
Harish. How are you, Harish?
I'm good, ma'am.
So it'll take a little while, right, for everybody to come in. So we could just mute for a while and then come back again.
We have 52.
Just, I guess we have time.
Yes, I think Professor Kumar is here.
Yes, I think the chairperson has joined and he will take over.
The chairperson was there all the while, but he
You
just
unmute yourself, Narinder.
Yeah, he was there.
Can't hear you, Narinder.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Professor Kumar.
I think you have to take the plug out.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I hope it's audible now.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Chintamani ji.
Good morning, Din Saab. कैसे हैं?
Fine, sir.
It's a big day
हाँ,
for all of us. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. Professor Mahapatra, Professor Das, Professor Arora.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Pradipta. How are you?
Well, everywhere. Looking bright and happy. Nice to see you all.
Hi, Anupama. Good morning, Shefali, Vidhu.
Good
Harish,
morning. Good morning, everyone.
Narendra, everybody out
Happy
there.
day for everyone.
It's a nice, bright day. So,
Sir, good morning, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, Jigyasa. Sir, shall we start now? Can we start?
Yeah, we can start.
Fine. Jigyasa, you can begin, please.
Sorry, I was muted. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, sir. Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning.
As we were just pointing out, it's a bright and shiny morning, so a very good morning to all of you. It is a great privilege and honor to welcome all of you to the inaugural webinar, first in what would be a series of year-long celebration commemorating CPS at 50. For this session, on behalf of the Center for Political Studies, I welcome as a guest of honor, Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, Rector, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I also welcome Professor Debendranath Das, Dean, School of Social Sciences as our chair. And I also welcome Professor Narendra Kumar, Chair, Center for Political Studies. Without further ado, I would request Professor Das to chair the session.
Okay, good morning to everybody again. And it's a really great day. We are passing through several difficulties, particularly our normal activities are hampered through this COVID pandemic. But still, we are not actually shying away from our academic activities. And as a Center for Political Studies, one of the very, very important center under School of Social Science, which is celebrating its completion of 50 years. And the way they have designed and celebrating it, it's really fabulous, because the conceptualizations of the celebration is very important. And they have thought of that the founding members of the center, they had given certain thrust and identified certain frontiers, which are to be taken up as very, very important pillars in terms of academic deliberations, research, and giving a certain insight and directions towards the studies of political sciences in the country. And many great academicians which have laid down their activity Center for Political Science, and they have given a very, very specific directions. Students have passed out, and they are well established. Many of them are again have come back in our Jawaharlal Nehru University as important faculty members. They are also strengthening the foundations which had been laid down by the former teachers, and they have identified very, very important aspects actually Indian political sciences need to study. And in these webinars, they have designed several sessions where they have meticulously thought of that how the teachers do have, those who have given and foundations, or the current teachers, those who are continuing those deliberations, and the students, those who are passed out from the centers, and not within the university, but also serving in different parts of the country or outside of the country. They are also participating in this seminar, and they are looking back actually how their foundations are giving actually results, and what are the new areas or challenges are to be incorporated within these discussions in terms of getting further strengthening of their discourse. And the whole seminar is really designed the way I have seen that concept note they have prepared. It will be very, very fruitful, and I am happy that they have the courage to take it up even with so many difficulties. Particularly, I like to mention here that Center for Political Studies in our social science, the way they have addressed the issues of the students during the difficult times of pandemic, it is commendable. And it is one of the center, though there are, because in the conceptual note I had seen that they are also discussing about the contestations of different ideas or different thought. So obviously contestations should be there, and maintaining the contestations, they have always kept the interest of the students, particularly towards the academic part, and never they have compromised. And I don't have any hesitations that the way they have participated in the CSR or Board of Studies and completed their teaching, learning, and evaluations, addressing to the interest of the students, it is really commendable. And within that continuation, they are not only actually continuing their academic discourse in terms of teaching, learning, evaluations, but also furthering of the subject in its all aspects. They are also arranging this webinar, so they will get the insights, and looking back, what are the new aspects and challenges they need to incorporate, and what are the rectifications and strengthening they need to do it in collaborations with all the stakeholders, not only the founding members, but the current teachers, the students, those who have passed out and serving different, or the students, those who are actually now continuing. So these interactions, I hope it will be very, very fruitful, and it will give us very specific, fruitful directions towards the improvement of the center, and not only enriching the political studies in JNU, but also in the country and to the globe. I hope it will help like this. And with this, I welcome everybody, and I give the further actually space for the discussions which have been laid down in the inauguration session. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your kind words. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Center for Political Studies, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, I, as chairperson of the center, warmly welcome all of you to this important event to commemorate CPS at 50. The guest of honor, Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, Rector JNU, the chair for the session, Professor Dipendra Nath Das, Dean, School of Social Sciences, JNU, the chairs and speakers of the inaugural webinar, the former faculty members of CPS, Professors Kuldeep Mathur, Ashwini Kumar Ray, Rajiv Bhargava, SN Jha, Imtiaz Ahmed, Sudipto Kaviraj, Rakesh Gupta, Balveer Arora, Sudha Pai, Joya Hassan, Valerian Rodriguez, Gopal Guru, Gurpreet Mahajan, Nirja Gopal Jayal, Vishnu Mahapatra, Rahul Mukherjee, A. Gajendran, the CPS alumni in different spheres of life and in different continents, the colleagues from other centers, my own colleagues from CPS, the students from other centers and CPS, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks for being part of this significant event to mark 50 years of teaching and research at CPS. I feel enormously honored to be part of the center at this juncture. I was a research scholar when the center marked its 25 years, and today happen to be the chairperson of the center. That makes me nostalgic and also gives me immense pleasure with a sense of responsibility to carry forward the remarkable legacy of founding members in the changing local, national, and global context. The Center for Political Studies was established in August 1971. It is one of the flagship centers of study at the Jawaharlal Nehru University in terms of the university's huge reputation in social sciences. For the last 50 years, the center has at the forefront of teaching and advanced research in the discipline of political science, and changed, transformed, and innovated itself with the changing times and context. In consonance with the establishment of JNU by an act of parliament, the center began to look at the discipline of political science critically beyond traditional methodological framework, innovating new methods in teaching and research. The contribution of the founding members, including Professor Prasiduddin Khan, K. Seshadri, C.P. Bhamri, who are not with us in this world now, and that of later faculty members who retired or served at the center has been immense, unparalleled, and noteworthy in the evolution of the center into an adored part of JNU. They did not carry with merely the ongoing quantitative methodological orientation of the Western world, but looked at Indian reality without confining overtly to a particular kind of model. Though interdisciplinarity has been the approach, but the grounding in political science remained the focus, responding to the requirements of the times and policies of the Indian state. The reiteration of representation of diverse sections of society was complemented by the center, especially from the last decade of 20th century. The core courses that the center offers to its students seek to capture the major streams of the discipline. In addition, the numerous optional courses cater to the specializations of faculty members, especially as these respond to ever-changing concerns of the political. The courses have been revised from time to time, and a revision is underway as per the emerging areas of concern in the 50th year as well. The Center for Political Studies can count as past and current faculty members, some of them most eminent and distinguished scholars, internationally recognized and respected for the quality and consistency of their academic output. Many of them have not remained confined to the so-called cloistered confines of the academy, and through their constant engagement with larger audience in the popular press and media have assumed the critical role of public intellectuals, thereby extending their scholarship far beyond learned journals and discussion in academic seminar rooms. There is also the remarkable contribution of CPS alumni in numerous realms such as academia, government, journalism, the social sector, etc., that continuously adds to the profile and standing of the CPS. As every year, numerous students graduate and take up larger responsibility in their respective fields of endeavor, it would take a long time to even begin listing some of the many distinguished names who count themselves as former students. The center is well known for its strengths in Western political thought, offering courses ranging from early Greek philosophy to later continental philosophy, normative theory, feminism, Marxism, and post-structural thought. Over the years, the center has established itself as the leading academic department for teaching and research in Indian politics. The bedrock for this lies on the numerous core and optional courses that have been offered over the years by current and former members of the CPS faculty. Center offers papers dedicated to the field of comparative politics and international relations. The objectives of these courses are to make students familiar with various political processes emerging in other parts of the world. There is a wide gamut of compulsory and optional MA and PhD courses offered in these and allied streams. The center's faculty enjoys internationally renowned contribution to issues of multiculturalism, social justice, secularism, democratic theory, and populism. The center remains one of the largest centers in School of Social Sciences and also in JNU. Presently, the center has 18 faculty members at different levels, 6 professors, 4 associate professors, and 8 assistant professors. There are around 300 MA, MPhil, and PhD students who have been, who are still with us. The popularity of the center can be understood with the data that out of around total 4,500 PhD candidates qualifying in their written exam in the current year, more than 1,000 were in the CPS only. The center produced 52 PhDs in the first 25 years, and some of you are here on this occasion from those. In the last decade only, it has gone up to 135 in number and more than 300 MPhils. The students of master's level, apart from lectures, are given assignments and presentations and encouraged to understand the political events with different perspectives for a complete comprehension. For research, the students' interests are taken to be seriously and diligently with multi-level intense exercise of 2 years to finalize their topics of research with collective encouragement of the faculty. The faculty's expertise and students' interests become crucial and decisive in this regard. Faculty members have been inclusive in their approach, looking at the social background of the students awarded MPhil PhDs. Some of the faculty members probably made and make conscious efforts in this regard. Even during the pandemic, students were given special psychological and material care, wherein a collective of students, faculty, and other socially concerned individuals provided the students coming from marginalized groups with devices to continue learning during the challenging times of online teaching. The center is part of many memorandums of understanding which the university has signed with institutions within and outside India. CPS has a long-term engagement with the Nirman Foundation. Since 2006, eminent political theorist Professor Lord Bhikkhu Parekh has created a generous lifetime endowment fund for the center. The Nirman Foundation Fund has been supporting 4 important programs and academic activities of the center. These include Nirman Foundation Merit Cum Means Scholarship to a limited number of students at master's level based on a rigorous selection process. Nirman Foundation Annual Lecture by a distinguished and renowned scholar. Number 2, Research Methodology Workshop for research students of the center. Number 3, and number 4, Workshop Roundtable for the centers. Over the years, the scholarship program of the Nirman Foundation has helped a large number of students to pursue and complete their MA program successfully. Many of them went to pursue their doctoral studies in prestigious institutions in India and abroad. As no human being or institution is perfect, so there might have been limitations for the center, but need not to be taken as weakness. As a center wherein teaching is a major component and takes a lot of time and energy of the faculty, so center would like to focus a little more on the research component as well as with the teaching new and emerging aspects of human, social, and institutional lives. This signpost affords a good opportunity to understand the slow, gradual, and persistent development of CPS into its current form. It also forces us to think ahead in terms of concerns that current faculty members, especially the younger ones, will carry forward in the decades ahead, as they contend with the many issues with their training in the discipline that will also give rise to greater advances in the discipline as well. There are broadly 4 directions that the center wants to pursue in terms of its future vision. The first direction in which the center wants to encourage its faculty and students is to create new synergies between these different streams of the discipline so that fresh empirical studies can generate new theoretical formulations that are in turn able to speak to other contexts without losing focus on the specifics. Secondly, there are of late new possibilities of doing cutting-edge collaborative works that use insights, methods, and formulations across several disciplines in ways that are seen as transdisciplinary. Some of them undertaken by our faculty members. The third direction is seen in terms of creating wider intellectual networks at home and abroad, nursing possibilities of research, collaboration, and intellectual exchanges with interested institutions. There are new epistemological horizons like that of climate change, ecology, and non-human life that seem to impact the fundamentals of the way we understand the sense of political and the ramifications of social justice. The center would like to intellectually invest and engage in scholarship addressing these shifts in thought in the broad spectrum of social sciences. Celebrating CPS at 50 would be a year-long activity organized around 3 conceptual grids and moments: foundations, frontiers, and futures. The first of these activities is the present 2-day inaugural webinar on the theme Commemorating CPS at 50, Foundations and Frontiers in Political Science. The sessions in the webinar are anchored in the various branches that conventionally constitute the discipline of political science. The presentations in the sessions are by retired faculty of CPS who had laid down the foundations or carried those in the initial years. Thus, each session is having 2 retired faculty members to map the distinctiveness that CPS brought to the discipline, the manner in which concepts were thought are new, and how these found reflection in their own teaching and research. Another CPS scholar, not a CPS faculty, but someone who has branched out and contributed, accompanies the retired faculty members to the discipline by opening up new frontiers for the discipline. The session would be chaired by a scholar in the field from outside CPS, from departments of political science in universities. which have prior or concurrent histories of working in and with the discipline. The valedictory session has two reputed scholars in the discipline who have been associated with the academic journey of CPS, but not directly part of it. The webinar has 5 sessions on Indian politics, Indian political thought, political theory, and philosophy, political institutions and processes, and finally, development and public policy. Deliberations in the session would occur around the discipline's connecting threads, the key concepts that constituted the founding ideas of the discipline, the contestations around these ideas, the sources from which they acquire validation, the Indian context that give them distinctive forms, meanings, and usages, the interactions between the particular and the journal, and the global contexts. It is hoped that the webinar would offer the space for revisiting and re-articulating some of these concerns. While the webinar consists of panels which would reflect on the state of the discipline, the dispersed thematic webinars organized by the faculty members would bring together CPS faculty, CPS alumni in academic centers in the country and abroad, and the CPS alumni in fields other than the academics, that is politics, journalism, films, etc. The idea is to set up a conversation so that the frontiers of the discipline may be seen as mutating and methodological preamble. The purpose of the discussions is to look at political science as a discipline that has its specificity but also exists in a changing fields of ideas and practices that are constantly contributing to and presenting challenges to how we understand politics. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Das. Yeah.
No, because the session is scheduled for 10 to 11. So just I request you to the important persons who will be delivering please take it up one by one. The list of the speakers are not actually with me, so please you take it up and.
Sir, in this session, we have Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, who is the guest of honor for this session, and actually now Professor Chintamani Mahapatra is supposed to give his remarks.
Thank you, sir. I request you as a key speaker of this session, and it will be really honor for the School of Social Science to have you in celebrating of this 50 years of the center. I request you please to give us the insights, the way we can develop the center.
Namaskar.
Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning to all of you. Professor Das, the Dean of SSS, Professor Kumar, the Chairman of the Center. Let me at the outset congratulate the Center for organizing this event to celebrate the Golden Jubilee of your Center. It is actually a humbling experience for me because some of the former faculty members of the Center whom I see here, they were in a way my teachers. When I came to JNU decades ago and was a student, it's very, very humbling. The two of my colleagues who were the former rectors, I was a faculty member at that time. Again, I feel really honored that you gave me this opportunity to be part of your inaugural program. And what could have been a better way to organize this as part of your celebration? Although all of us know the difficulty of the pandemic and in-person interaction, about 138 people in the morning assembled through technology. And if you go through the chat box, you can realize how it feels good for a former professor to connect with others and say hello. Professor Joy Hassan wrote, I'm saying hello after 30 years. It's really, really good experience. And I admire you for thinking about this whole idea of organizing an inaugural webinar on the occasion of your celebration of the Golden Jubilee. Now, let me share some of my thoughts with all of you. At the moment, we are not only going through a pandemic, at the moment, we are passing through a time where almost governance system in every country in the world is under the spotlight of the global public opinion. Now, the Freedom in the World Report 2021, recently I was going through it, and it says that the share of countries designated not free, has reached its highest level since the deterioration of democracy began in 2006. Of course, we don't know whether it really began in 2006 or it has been the case throughout, but whatever it is, the report says that since 2006, the share of countries designated not free has reached the highest level. And then there is a decline in political rights and civil liberties of the people. And all these countries outnumber the gains by the largest margin recorded during 15 years period. Now, this is the Freedom in the World Report 2021. But about a couple of weeks ago, the New York Times wrote that the United States and its allies accounted for a significantly outsized share of global democratic backsliding in the last decade. Now, the United States, which is known as one of the oldest democracies, and a country which apparently professes to promote democracy around the world, the newspaper of that particular country is saying this. And what is of more concern is American allies remain, on average, more democratic than the rest of the world. However, nearly all of them have suffered a degree of democratic erosion, at least since 2010. That means the core elements like election fairness, judicial independence have weakened in all these countries. Democracy is under challenge because of corruption, because of antisocial elements, terrorism, and more importantly, growing inequalities within countries and between countries. In fact, when we teach politics or political science or political processes in different countries, if you go beyond the countries and see the world, unfortunately, global order is highly undemocratic. Even the United Nations organization is not a democratic institution. Everybody knows about it. You have the Security Council, you have the General Assembly. In principle, UNO is based on sovereign equality of nations. But it is the Security Council which calls the shot, and not the UN General Assembly, where every country in the world, small and big, poor and rich, are members of that body. Even regional organizations, military or economic or political, they don't have any democracy. Look at NATO, for example. Who dominates which members? Look at even the European Union. Are all the members of the European Union, forget about equality, equitable? No. Then, of course, we have seen how powerful countries have promoted dictatorships around the world, even those who profess democracy. Remember the Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines, Chandu Juan in South Korea, Pinochet in Chile, and there are so many other examples. More recently, the world is facing other challenges. I'm sure all of you are aware of the post-truth world. and the truth decay concept. The Rand Corporation in the USA has brought out very, very nice reports on post-truth and truth decay. What is of concern is a very thin line of difference these days we find between facts and opinion. And the students and the researchers and the faculty members of political science discipline, of course, every other discipline in social science, they would have to face this challenge when they collect their data, when they read different kind of reports or even the news. What exactly are the facts and what exactly are the opinion? Very thin line of difference. Then, of course, all of us have seen social media revolution. Because of the social media, information is available in plenty everywhere. People talk about information overload. Social media undoubtedly has empowered the individual. An individual can make news. The news may not be made only by the leaders, the prime ministers, the presidents, any individual anywhere. But the technology which is driving the social media, it is hardly an equalizer. It is one thing to make a news, and it is another thing to claim equality of rights. In fact, the debates are going on now, even in Western democracies. Is democracy the right kind of governance? You know, we all saw what happened on 6th of January in the United States. We know that even Hitler came to power through election. Hamas in Gaza did the same thing. Salvation Army in Algeria did the same thing. Is democracy the right kind of governing system? Let's debate. Now, I have this piece of suggestion to my colleagues and even the students of politics and political science. I know that in the next 2 days, you're going to talk about political theory and political thought and political processes, institutions, etc. No, partly because of the forces of globalization and revolution in information technology, I think it is also time to focus on the external factors which drive domestic politics in many countries, including in powerful countries like the United States. When they complain that the Russian cyber attacks during the election campaign in the US was unfair, uncalled for, and not a good thing for American democracy. But I just give one example. There are so many examples to suggest that in this age of globalization, the concept of even liberty, equality, justice, rights needs some kind of new thinking. We cannot be quoting only the old theories and thoughts. We have to link the beautiful ideas there in political thought to what's happening today and see the changes, if any. As a teacher myself, I know that those who are deeply involved in theories and thought, they rarely bring the subject to the contemporary developments, and vice versa. Those who do empirical research and talk about the current political processes, they're not always basing their analysis on good theories or even ancient political thoughts. The time has come to marry the two. And in this age of interdisciplinary research, when everybody talks about it, think about it. This is food for thought I'm leaving with you. We talk about political sociology. Should it be only a discipline in sociology department, or even political science department should have political sociology, political psychology, political geography? Should it be in SIS, or it should be also in CPS? Those who study political economy in economics departments. Why can't the politics students do research and study on economics of politics, politics of technology? There's a big debate going on in the United States on politics of science. Now, when I say all this, it looks like I'm making a khichdi out of the whole thing. That's not the issue. The issue is, if knowledge is integrated and different kind of forces influence one another, we should be aware of the limits of interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, because the fundamental subject must be sound and bold, but it is always good to have this kind of exposure to other subjects, other stream, other developments, and link it up. I remember I keep saying this in webinars. When I did my thesis on US strategic policy in Southeast Asia, and particularly I focused on the military bases in the Philippines, I learned a great deal, and I cited them in my research by going through music, cartoons, humor, literature. And when I saw that, then I found that there is some deep meaning when we are having interdisciplinary research in different subjects. Let me again thank the department, congratulate CPS on this great occasion of celebrating the Golden Jubilee. And let me again explain, I feel so humbled. At the same time, I feel honored that very senior, eminent political scientists who have served in GNU, in CPS, are there with us. And then, of course, the young dynamic scholars of the department. It is well known in India and abroad, and I'm sure it is going to do better and better in future. In a webinar like this, when you have the eminent political scientists and those who are currently the faculty members, those who are going to be faculty members in the future, when you sit together and deliberate on those items that you have described just now, Professor Kumar, I'm sure it is going to be a grand success. My best wishes to you on this great occasion. Thank you and namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and giving certain directions, also the areas where we need to discuss. And so many stalwart of the Center for Political Studies retired persons are there, and they are still now continuing in their field, though formally they have retired from the center. And we all feel humbled and honored that they have taken time and joined actually to further give directions of the center. It's a really huge pleasure for all of us that they have taken time and they have joined in this seminar, and 3 days long discussions they will be participating. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Narendra Kumar to take up the further business as you have scheduled for this session. Over to you, Professor Narendra Kumar.
Fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for joining here. In fact, actually, we had kept a space for the Vice Chancellor, and by chance, due to his engagement, he could not join. So that's why we are left with some time. And I think this is a good opportunity wherein we can, in fact, I would actually, first of all, I would like to request our student that to present a vote of thanks to everyone now. And may I request Dr. Harish Wankhede to present a vote of thanks to our guests, Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, Rector, and Professor Dipendranath Das.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you very much, sir, Professor Kumar, for this opportunity. A very warm good morning to all of you. I always felt privileged being part of the Center for Political Studies for such a long, earlier as a student and now as a faculty member. Today, when we are commemorating the 50th years of CPS, it's such an important academic event. I feel doubly privileged to be part of such a gathering today of all the social scientists, intellectuals, and philosophers. My heartiest thanks, first of all, to our Dean, School of Social Sciences, Professor Dipendranath Das, for chairing the opening session and for his encouraging words. Professor Das is always very supporting towards the CPS. For every academic initiative that we have approached him earlier to, sir has always shown great enthusiasm and has supported the program. Thank you very much, sir. I'll also take this opportunity to thank Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, Rector of our university, for finding some time from his very busy schedule from the administrative block and gracing this occasion. On the behalf of the center, I thank you, sir, for being here as guest of honor and for opening remarks, providing almost a global context about the current form of democracy, growing inequalities, and the deteriorating democratic institution. The big question about the relevance of democracy and other important ideas within social sciences will surely, I believe, ignite much needed discussion on such important thing. Thank you very much for your insightful remarks, sir. Let me also thank Jigyasa, our PhD student, for introducing the panelists and the theme of the webinar. Last but not the least, all the senior faculty members, all luminaries, current faculty members, research scholars, students and alumni of the CPS that are attending the web conference here. I can surely thank all of you for attending this session as part of the ritual vote of thanks, but I will not do that as I know that this is just the beginning of our conference and you will be here attending different session for the next coming 2 days. I will formally thank you on the concluding session. So at the end, on the behalf of all of you, I wish a great success to the for attending. Look forward for your continued participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone. Thanks, Harish, and thanks to Professor Chintamani Mahapatra, Professor Dipendranath Das, and thanks to everyone. In fact, so now we have time, so all our former colleagues are here, my teachers are here. So I think what we can do is next, because we have 15 minutes, so some of us, if you want to share a few, let's say, thoughts on this occasion, I would certainly request some of you, because we have 15 minutes left for the next session. So probably this is a good opportunity for all of us to have a informal kind of interaction if we want to have on this occasion. And I see Professor Kuldeep Mathur, and Professor Kuldeep Mathur, in fact, he was supposed to be one of the panelists, but he is not feeling so well. So and then he said that I would certainly be joining, and thank you so much, sir, for joining in this morning. And we have, in fact, Professor Bhiku Parekh as well, who has joined us in this morning. And thank you very much, sir, for joining. And thank you very much, Professor Balveer Arora, Professor Joya Hassan, Professor Sudha Pai. Thanks a lot. It really feels like it's brings me to my MA days when I started my journey as a student in JNU. So thank you so much for being here. So I think, and some of the students of my time also and others are also here. So I would actually, this is open, so we can have a discussion if you like. May I request if Professor Kuldeep Mathur may say a few words, if it is possible for him to say.
Thank you very much, Narendra. This is really a great occasion for celebration, and also to remember all those who have contributed so much to make this center as one of the prime institutions for studies of political science. It has over the years developed various themes and developed in a way to keep pace with the major developments that have been happening in society and politics. So I really congratulate everyone who has contributed, and we are very happy to be able to participate today morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I now request, because those who probably are not participating in the deliberations, may I request Professor Balveer Arora to say a few words if you like, please.
Thank you, Narendra. Well, I will be speaking tomorrow, but let me say that it's really heartwarming to see, of course, former students, but also former colleagues, Kuldeep, Zoya, Sudha, and it's a wonderful idea. I think the rector, Chintamani Mahapatra, has raised a very important issue of backsliding of democracy, of regression of democracy. And he recalled the 6th of January in the US, the events of 6th of January, as an indication of this regression and backsliding. We also have another 6th, a month earlier, 6th of December, which also showed that democracy is not always living up to the ideals of the Constitution. I'll have occasion to talk about these things, but I think this point about now we have many models of democracy and the autocratization of democratic systems is a cause of concern. He quoted the Freedom House statistics. I think this is an area where democratic theory needs to be revisited in the light of new formulations. Recently, the Central Policy Committee of the Communist Party of China has come out with a very insightful document about the Chinese model of democracy being put forward as a model to be set compared with the others. So I think that we are in exciting times, we are in interesting times, and thank you for asking me to say a few words in this session. It's been very heartwarming to be with you, and then I'll be participating later on also. Thank you, Narendra.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yeah, we have Professor Bhiku Parekh as well. Sir, if you would like to say a few words, please. Sir, we are not able to listen to you. Please unmute. Supriya, can we unmute him from here?
So we cannot unmute him from here. I think it'll have to be him to do that. I think he's figuring that out.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes. Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. It saves me all the effort. Well, first of all, I'm delighted to be here as almost an insider outsider, and I'm very happy to be listening to the short speeches on the fate of democracy. It's a subject that's going to worry many of us for a very long time, not easily resolved. By changing the definition of democracy, really is a cop-out, because that means we change the stools simply in order to adjust to the reality. We will have to change the reality itself, which means we'll have to make sure that the people are educated, people are able to participate more effectively. And that sort of attention to the details of a democratic structure is going to be just as important as tinkering with the definition of democracy. It's a long task already underway in many parts of the world, including India, and I hope it results in some sensible ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We have Professor Manojendra Mohanty also here. May I request him to say a few words, please?
Well, congratulations, friends. I have always, last 40 years, been introduced as a member of JNU. wrongly, of course, but I have enjoyed it. As Bhikkhu Parekh said, insider, outsider. No, I really feel as an insider. And I think our greatest common effort has been to define politics, define the political. And all of you and all of us together have continued to define political in a broader and still broader way. Institutions, movements, ideas, culture, and the process, and so on. So I think that that mission continues, and we have made political a path of transformation for for the betterment of the humankind. I think we continue that mission. All the best and many, many congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We have with us Professor Joya Hassan as well. So may I request ma'am to say a few words, please? Okay, then I may request Professor Sudha Pai, please, to come in.
Okay, I can unmute now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I'm delighted to be part of the Golden Jubilee celebrations of CPS. It's really wonderful to be part of this and to be part of a webinar in which colleagues are participating, those with whom one has worked for so long, and also, of course, many, many students that one has taught. So it's really, I mean, I think it's so wonderful that CPS decided to celebrate 50 years. And like Balveer, I think I was quite taken by the rector, Professor Chintamani's remarks and intervention. And I think he has, in a very important way, set the context for our discussion, because I was going to talk exactly about the future of democracy. Well, the present as well as the future of democracy. And I think he very rightly pointed out to the backsliding of democracy. Of course, he mentioned America and its allies, and I take it he includes India within America's allies. So therefore, the backsliding is not just in America, but also among its allies, which includes us. So in that sense, I really I found his comments very, very significant and very interesting. And I think, in a sense, that really is the challenge that we are facing. And that is what I hope that the Center for Political Studies is also rising to this challenge of trying to understand the transformations in our society and how that is impacting democracy. Because while it is very well to be discussing the issues that were outlined, but perhaps the most important concern is really the shape or the reshaping of democracy that is taking place as we speak. And as political scientists, I think it is really our responsibility to be concerned with that and to examine it, to interrogate it, and to, in a certain sense, chart out what are the possibilities and what are the ways in which we can, as it were, recover democracy. But I shall say I shall talk about some of this briefly this afternoon, but let me once again congratulate the center very, very warmly, and the chairperson of the center and the faculty of the center for organizing this splendid event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Professor Sudha Pai, please. Okay. I saw Professor Rajiv Bhargava. Professor Rajiv Bhargava, could you please come in? Though you are there in the next.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. So it's great to be part of this event. I'm watching on my screen so many friends, former colleagues, and I'm sure there must be several students who I can't see right now, but they must all be part of this. And I'm really truly delighted that you have organized this event. I'm very, very pleased to be participating in it, and I thank you all for giving this opportunity to me. I'll be coming in next, so I will refrain from saying anything more right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. If Professor Sudhapa is around, so she can say a few words. I think she's okay.
She's there, Narendra. She's trying to unmute herself, I think.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't unmute from here. That's the problem. Okay. Because I don't see.
Good morning to all my friends. I'm sorry it took me a minute to unmute because of some problem, but it is great to see all my old colleagues and the fact that many students are present. I think this is a great occasion that CPS is celebrating 50 years of its existence, and I look forward to listening to all my colleagues and others invited guests and so on. And I'm sure this is going to be an occasion for great reflection on not just democracy, but many other aspects, democracy being, the tone which seems to have been set first thing in the morning, as I mentioned. But CPS has expanded into many, many areas over the years. It has been a center that has constantly reinvented itself, brought in new teaching, opened up new kinds of areas, and I'm sure that will continue. And that is true both in political theory, as well as Indian politics, as well as many other newer areas, including the developing world and so on. So I'm sure we are going to have 2 days of very important deliberations. And I would like to thank the present faculty, Narendra and others, for organizing this. I think it's a great occasion, and I'm sure we are all going to enjoy this very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. I see Professor Gopal Guru, if he could say something, and then we'll begin the next session. Professor Guru, please. He may be busy then. Fine. Actually, I don't see Professor Gurpreet Mahajan, who is there in the next session. So I was just wondering that can we start the next session? Okay. I think thank you very much, everyone, for coming in and sharing your thoughts. Now, shall we start the next session? And then thank you very much, Professor Dipen Das, for being here.
Thank you, Narendra, and thank you, everybody. Hope it will be a very, very successful webinar. And there are certain limitations, but CPS has always shown that within also so much of difficulties, they can handle the business very, very smoothly. And thanking everybody. Please allow me to leave so you can start the other
please. Thank you.
As
Thank you
per
very
the
much.
timeline.
Yeah,
the timeline is
so
also very, very important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm leaving. Huh?
Bye. Yeah. So we'll start the next session now. And may I request Dr. Amir Ali to come in and Dr. Amir, please.
Thank you, Professor Narendra Kumar. Thank you. It's my privilege to introduce the speakers for the first session of this seminar. We have 3 speakers for this particular first session of this seminar. Professor Mahajan will be our first speaker. He's recently retired as professor at the Center for Political Studies. She also served as the chairperson of the Center for Philosophy, which was set up when it was set up. Professor Mahajan, in her numerous writings, has focused on issues of difference, discrimination, equality, secularism, and civil society in a comparative framework, with the particularity of the Indian experience uppermost in the writings. Her books include Explanation and Understanding in the Human Sciences, Identities and Rights, Aspects of Liberal Democracy in India, and India, Political Ideas and the Making of a Democratic Discourse. Our second speaker for this panel is Professor Rajiv Bhargav. He is the director of the Parekh Institute of Indian Thought at the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, New Delhi. He was head of the Department of Political Science at the University of Delhi. He is best known for his numerous writings on secularism, and I'm sure that we will get to hear many things from him. He has also held visiting fellowships at some of the most prestigious universities in the world, such as Harvard University, the University of Bristol, the Institute of Advanced Studies in Jerusalem, the Institute of Human Sciences in Vienna. He is an honorary fellow at Balliol College, Oxford. Our third speaker in the panel is Professor Aditya Nigam, who is professor at the Center for the Study of Developing Societies. His books include The Insurrection of Little Selves, The Crisis of Secular Nationalism in India. More recently, he's written Decolonizing Theory, Thinking Across Traditions. Professor Nigam's interest is in theorizing the contemporary experience of politics and democracy in the non-West, with the non-West interestingly understood as a site of theorization rather than a mere testing ground of prevailing theories. The chair for our session is Professor Neera Chandok. She's a distinguished fellow at the Center for Equity Studies in New Delhi. She was professor of political science at the University of Delhi. Her books include State and Civil Society, Explorations in Political Theory, Beyond Secularism, The Rights of Religious Minorities, and The Conceits of Civil Society. More recently, she's written Rethinking Pluralism, Tolerance, Secularism, Tolerance, Anxieties of Coexistence. Her forthcoming work is titled Violence in Our Bones. So with that brief introduction, I hand over the proceedings to Professor Chandok.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. And thank you, Narendra, for inviting me to be part of this very, very interesting, which promises to be a very interesting meet. Someone once, a historian friend once mentioned to me that if in the 1980s, literature and history went through a revolution academically, 1990 was the decade of political science, and particularly of political theory. And a number of very, very distinguished publications, very well-known and very noted publications came out from the CPS. And we have the authors of these publications here today. So I'm going to be merely a timekeeper. I don't want to take time away from my distinguished colleagues who have probably more to say than I have. So may we begin? May I invite Professor Gurpreet Mahajan to make her presentation? I think we can take 15 to 20 minutes each, and then have half an hour for discussion. So 15, maybe ideally 15 minutes. Gurpreet?
Sorry, ma'am. Actually, I just talked to her. She's not here right now. She'll be joining. So I think in the meantime,
We start with Rajiv. Rajiv, welcome. Would you like to begin your presentation?
Thank you. Thank you, Neera. Thank you, Narendra. Thank you, the rest of the faculty. And thank you all who are present here. I will focus on the first decade of my teaching at the center and the subsequent decade. I joined the center in August 1980. So I was there through the 80s and through the 90s. So I'll focus on these 2 decades. But I'd like to start with the 80s. I've been asked to speak on CPS's contribution to political theory and philosophy, my contribution to this discipline, and my intellectual journey as it has been shaped by CPS. I think I will not talk about the second. I will just focus on CPS's contribution and how it has shaped my own intellectual journey. Mm, The first thing that I'd like to say is that we are all children of our times. We are shaped by a certain zeitgeist, and when I say we, I'm really talking about the intellectual elites, the academics, and the 70s. Older colleagues and friends will remember this, but maybe the students are not aware of this. The 70s was a period when academic Marxism, or Western Marxism, swept the universities. When that happened in India too, the books that were read by communists and Marxists before the 70s, in the 60s, were produced by progress publishers, published by the Soviet Union, published in the Soviet Union, and we read largely those books. But all that changed. The progress publishers was replaced by New Left books and a whole variety of books on Western Marxism that were translated into English in the United States of America, and that entire corpus of Western Marxist texts, that was what really influenced us, people who were inclined to the left. We were all modernists, and to be modern was to be Western. And we belonged to the radical stream of modernity, which is to say that we somehow managed to make a distinction between modernity and capitalism, and link modernity with socialism. So we could provide a critique of capitalism without actually providing a critique of modernity. There was a fascination with what is called the Enlightenment, and we were dismissive of what is called the counter-Enlightenment, which we associated with pre-capitalist feudal mentality. We did history of political thought, but that was largely history of Western political thought. I remember when I joined in 1980, this book called Foundations of Modern Political Thought by Quentin Skinner had just been released, maybe a couple of years earlier, and I used a lot of it in my teaching on Hobbes and Locke and on the Republican tradition, Machiavelli, Luther, and you can tell that this was all history of Western political thought. I mean, but we didn't make a distinction. We just thought that is our history. So CPS too was saturated by I'm not speaking of Western political. I'm talking about political theory and thought. CPS was saturated by this. And there was another framework that we had adopted, and that is the modernity tradition theory. As people who were modernists, we were anti-traditional. And so anything which...
I'm not sure who that is. What's your aunt's name?
What's happening?
I found this on the web.
Oh my God, what's happening here?
Who's speaking in between?
I don't know. Anyway.
Kindly desist till the speaker finishes his presentation.
No, I think it was something which had come from the web. It has nothing to...
Continue, Rajiv, continue.
So, so I think and a lot of people who did Indian political thought, we thought they were part of some traditional thinking. And I must say that there was a distinction between the metropolitan universities and the universities outside these metropolitan areas. I'm thinking of places like Jaipur and universities in South India. I think in those universities there was some sort of decent work going on. There was Krishna, who had written on political theory. There was a figure called G.C. Pandey, who had written on ancient Indian thought. There was V.R. Mehta. There was Thomas Pantham. They were working on Indian political thought, but somehow they didn't seem to us to be as important as, Western political theories. There was also thought being produced in other departments, particularly Indian sociology. I mean, there was a lot of interesting thinking that was going on India in the departments of sociology and anthropology, particularly in the University of Delhi. There was, a good deal of ancient Indian history in JNU, and also interesting issues in the so-called medieval period. That medieval Indian history was also around, but for some reason we didn't we didn't relate to them. As I said, we were children of our times, and this is part of how we thought. So I think that there was very little contribution that we could have made to Western political theory. There was some contribution coming from people who were outside. I'm thinking of Bhikkhu Bhai, who is here, but most of us in India, I don't think we did very much in terms of contributing some original thinking to the development of political theory at that time. And if you think of political theory into three categories: the contemplative, the normative, and the explanatory, and maybe the fourth, a conceptual. I think our focus was on, at best, explanatory political theory. There was very little contemplative theory. There was no normative theory at all, and there was no conceptual work. So the normative and the conceptual were completely kind of ignored by us. And there was some sort of contemplative thinking, but it was not in India. It was sort of Western cosmologies. They were the ones who were the ones that dominated, and so we were not really into normative debates or conceptual analysis of any kind. And this other stuff, I won't say we denounced it or we decried it, but we certainly neglected or ignored it. So that was the context. Having said that, I think JNU and CPS were both sites where we learned how to question things. We learned how to dissent from the mainstream. We learned a lot of critical thinking. Unfortunately, all that was reserved for a whole lot of things that were not guided by our own understanding of that's the standpoint of Western modernity. So a lot of the critique sort of was to Indian traditions and so on. But nonetheless, these are skills that we learned. And I would say that there was a whole ethos, a Nehruvian ethos. It wasn't for nothing that this place was called Jawaharlal Nehru. The entire ethos was saturated by the values that we imbibed from people like Nehru and others in the anti-colonial struggle, and they shaped us. And I still believe that we produced and we were constitutional patriots. We may have ignored the study of the Indian Constitution, but every single constitutional value shaped us. We may not have taken them seriously. I'm talking about the political theorists. There were people in the department who were teaching the Constitution, but people in political theory, they may not have raised these issues in the classroom, but as I said, there was such a part of the larger JNU ethos that these values were embodied in us, in the way we were. There was an egalitarian ethos, which is so different from the ethos even of Delhi University, where I taught for a few years in the in the early 2000s. That egalitarian ethos was fundamental to the way we approached each other as colleagues and the way we interacted with students. So, I mean, the hierarchy, of course, was there between assistant, associates, professors, and professors. But we were all, regardless of how mighty the reputation of a professor was, we were all equals as scholars, and we were taken seriously by whether it was Romila or Rashid or Professor Bhamri or all of or Shashadri. I mean, we were treated as contributors to debates, equal participants in the debates, and there was another space that was available for us, which was a space for free discussion, we had a huge amount of intellectual and academic autonomy. We could take up any courses. I mean, teach. We can float any course that we wanted without restriction from anybody. We could modify existing courses. So intellectual autonomy was a virtue, and we valued that virtue, and we exercised it in our not only in our classroom but outside the classroom. So I must say that it is this general atmosphere in which we learned things. That's what taught us a lot in the classroom, through students, interaction with students and with our colleagues. And it shaped how we, so it's the way we thought that we learned from JNU in the 80s, and what we thought about, I thought was significant. And this is something that is, of course, we can say only in hindsight, retrospectively, but I don't think we could say that with any confidence that we were making a original contribution. Of course, soon after, as I said, in the late 80s, things began to change, and certainly they changed by the early 90s. There were people, I think. Bartow's book had appeared on nationalist discourse. Bhikubai had, I mean, he was not in Delhi or India, so, but still he had written this book on Gandhi. I think it was in the late 80s, and very soon thereafter, Sudipto's work on Bankim had appeared, and these are kind of, I would say, early people who had thought beyond the Western political theory that we were all sort of into. But as I will go back to that Nehruvian ethos, I hope I haven't taken. Have I already spent my 15 minutes, or can I speak for another 15 minutes, 5 minutes or so? Narendra, sorry, Neera. Is it all right if I speak for another 5 minutes? Oh, all right. I'll just carry on. So, so I think it's the outside JNU and within JNU, as I said, we were constitutional patriots, and we began to learn how to value certain things, the significance of certain values. For example, in 1989, there was the murder of Safdar Hashmi, and that shook a lot of people, both inside the university and outside the university. And there was the whole issue of freedom of expression. I remember, soon afterward, Mushir Hassan was beaten up in Jamia, and both these issues made us realize the great importance of a classical liberal value, which is not really only a liberal value, which is a democratic value and a value that we would treasure in any form, any society, freedom of expression. We also began to learn the importance of rule of law, because all kinds of violations of law taking place, and how important it is to work within that framework. And that sort of brought us to the Constitution. We didn't think that the Constitution was merely a handmaiden of a particular class. We didn't have that reductionist approach. And we began to think of the importance of this very important, significant normative document which we had. And it took us to the greatest debates in normative thinking in India, in modern India, which is the Constituent Assembly debates, and the importance of democracy. I remember, I wrote a piece called "What is Democracy," where I distinguished between a permanent majority and a temporary majority, and how democracy is linked to temporary majorities and not to permanent majorities. These are papers that were not published in an academic journal, but in Frontline or in Seminar, and of course the importance of secularism, and so the initial debates about these issues began in JNU, not outside JNU, and this whole idea that we needed not just an explanation of why we were moving in a certain direction, but a normative defense of some of these very important values. This is something that we began to do in JNU. We didn't have I must say that the tools to defend them, I didn't get from even the substance, the structure of the normative and conceptual structure, the finer elements of these structures. I don't think I got straight from anything in JNU. But as I said, the mode of thinking about these issues, the way we approach these issues, and a deep commitment to values of these values, this is what we got from JNU. And in the 90s, of course, I'd end by saying this. In the late 80s, I had introduced, as I said, this intellectual autonomy was something that we just took for granted. I mean, I don't know how many courses I might have introduced without any discouragement from any of my senior colleagues or from the Board of Studies, or any course that I wanted, I could introduce, which is, of course, a great thing about a university. But I began my first, it was I think in 1983 or 82 or 83 that I introduced a course called Texts in Political Philosophy, because I found that we couldn't read these texts in large MA classes where there were hundreds of students. but we could do them we could have a sustained reading of a one text in an optional course. So we began with economic and philosophical manuscripts in '83, but by the late '80s, early '90s, I think we turned to Hind Swaraj and Discovery of India and texts like that. So things changed, and I think they changed for the better. And I think we are reaping the benefits of that now. So I think I'd end here. I've given some kind of an intellectual landscape. I'd say two things. I think we before I make the my final remarks, I wish we had learned as political theorists. We learned from our colleagues in the department who were not doing political theory, ostensibly speaking. They were producing thought, but we didn't engage with them as much. We should have done that, and I think we should have interacted much more. JNU was an interdisciplinary place. There was a lot of interaction between the history department and the sociology department, but I think we could have learned more if we had interacted more seriously with these disciplines, not only in JNU but outside JNU. But there's a lot that JNU did.
Rajiv, may I intervene? I'm sorry, my power went off.
No.
This time. Thank you so much.
Finished.
Thank you, Rajiv.
I finished.
Now, do we call upon Aditya? Is Gurpreet with us? Narendra? Aditya is here.
Yeah, ma'am. She's here.
Gurpreet is here. Gurjeepreet, please. I'm sorry, guys. There was a power cut and I was off for about 5 minutes.
Oh.
Gurpreet, please.
Thank you so much.
Mahajan.
Thank you first for inviting me. I'm delighted to be part of this, what should I say, celebration and reflection on Center for Political Studies. And thinking about it, it's always difficult to see how one can write about or speak about an institutional history. And often the temptation is, and perhaps the beginning is, to think in terms of what individuals who were there or who are there are doing and how they are contributing, in this case, to the field of political thought and theory. But invariably, I think the other more important yardstick is what has been produced through teaching and research within the center, and what people who studied there have done subsequently in various institutions that they have been part of. And I think that's a very important part of that intellectual journey and intellectual history. So when we think in terms of what CPS or political thought and theory represents in CPS, perhaps one needs to think in terms of this very long and complex chain of individuals who studied here, who had this influence, who had, I think, the privilege of being influenced by people who were teaching here in the center, outside the center, and what they went on to study and research. That's a complex process. I won't be able to touch on this, but I think this is something we need to keep in mind. I'm also very happy that actually in some ways for completely logistic reasons, we are beginning with the discussion or thinking about or celebration of CPS with thinking about political thought and theory. And I think it is fortuitous because from the beginning, Center for Political Studies had this reputation of being very theory dominated. Now, one should never get into why these reputations really emerge and how they emerge, but it was there. But if I sort of sit back and think as to, to see whether there is any justification for that reputation, it seems to me there are two reasons why this tag would have stuck. The first really is that there was a great deal of emphasis in no matter what field or area of study we were engaged in, whether it's Indian politics or actually political thought. It was very, for want of a better term, I'd say conceptual in nature. For instance, the big debate in Indian politics that we focused on through so many different courses was and I think the others, Balveer and Zoya and Sudha, would agree, that was about the nature of the Indian state. So the task really was how to really bring the experience and the observed under some conceptual category to see how would we really focus on that. So this kind of orientation, I think, was one reason why there was this element, this emphasis on, or the tag that, we are very theory dominated. The second, of course, reason is that so many people, so many of us who are here, I think, in the audience, went on to engage with and study in some form or the other what would be called the subfield of political thought and theory. So both these elements have combined together really to give this kind of reputation. When I was a student at Center for Political Studies, long time ago, there were two things that stand out in my mind about political thought and theory that I studied. The first is that the orientation to teaching political thought was very different from the contemporary emphasis, for instance, that we have in the center, which I've been party to and which I have, also helped or discussed and helped to contribute towards, etc. That is that teaching was dominated by the study of the ideas of great minds. And the focus was on the classical tradition as constituted in the West, from Plato to Marx. That was the kind of thing that we studied by and large. So the focus was on the great, neglected, I think, more contemporary and recent writings in this particular field. The other element is that the emphasis on political thought, and in this case, as I said, Western political thought, meant that the kind of thing we do today, that is study of concepts, rights, liberty, justice, etc., was not the focus of discussion. I think very soon Delhi University made that transition, and they did, with Randhir Singh there and Manoranjan Mahanti and many others, make that transition, and they started talking about concepts. And in the initial days, it was Marxist and liberal conception of rights and so on and so forth. But in JNU, we stayed with the more traditional way of studying political thought, that is to look at the ideas of what were called the great minds over time, and this was a canon that had been constituted. We didn't really focus on or study concepts in isolation. And today, when I think back and I think about what we do, invariably, I think everywhere, including in CPS, we do spend a lot of time thinking about concepts. Rawls's conception of justice, or Dworkin's notion of equality, or things of this kind. Not only is there more familiarity of the students have and teachers have more familiarity with more recent writings, but the focus is that. And when I was thinking about it, and after so many years of moving in that direction, I'm beginning to think perhaps there was some virtue in what we did of merely studying at length the ideas, some of the most significant and dominant ideas that have shaped human thinking, or which we regard to be significant and important, because it's difficult to fit all that into a single canon. But it is important because this allows you to have an in-depth understanding of how the same concepts were perhaps understood, elaborated by different thinkers, as well as to see why there is a shift from one conceptual category to another. And somehow, in our attempt to break out of the hold of the Western traditional canon of political thought, I think this element has been lost. So we do think in terms of concept, but with perhaps less understanding of how they are related to other elements, other concepts, other ideas that prevail in any given moment in time. So I think that's something that I begin to think about when I think of Indian political thought and theory then and now. The other element that comes to mind is that since the 80s at least, if not the late 70s, by the time I was a student or beginning to think of my MPhil work, etc., there was a big discussion and debate going on in intellectual circles in Delhi and elsewhere in India about the neglect of Indian political thought and theory in general. And Rajiv has also mentioned, Professor Parekh wrote about the poverty of Indian political theory, which triggered a huge debate in India. I must say that in CPS, when I said we've studied the Western canon, there were courses, there was Indian political thought, which was part of a larger understanding of, another paper on India dealing with decolonization and the emergence of independent India. So political thought fitted there. So there was some reference to that particular element there. But even then, the general idea was that Indian political thought and theory was neglected. And the voices which spoke about this and the need for this were much more vocal outside of CPS and JNU. I think this debate didn't have such a strong root, though it doesn't mean that we weren't interested in it. But people who wrote about it in the 80s were those who were located outside of CPS. And paradoxically, by the time we come to the 1990s, it is people in and from CPS who actually contribute to thinking about and writing systematically about some aspect of Indian political reality, in conceptual, reflective, normative ways. And there are many contributions that come to mind in this regard. So I think this is the strange paradox that even though CPS had this reputation of neglecting this dimension, a major shift came in the study of political thought and theory from individuals who were at some point very closely associated as students, as teachers, with Center for Political Studies. Professor Bhargav has just spoken, and he made only a passing reference to it, but other than the fact that Professor Sudipto Kaviraj was by then writing about Bankim, Rajiv raised this issue about the distinctiveness of Indian secularism, and that became, as it were, a big reference point for more than a decade, if not even today, that people began to think in terms of distinctiveness of Indian secularism, and that was as I said, a point of discussion. It's not always proper to speak about oneself, even though the chairperson said we should say something about what we did in our journey. I might say in the early 90s, I thought and wrote about the values that underpin India's constitution, in particular about the fact that we see ourselves not just as a parliamentary, but also as a liberal democracy. But
Gurpreet, sorry to interrupt. Another 5 minutes, please, if you could wrap up. Yes.
Yeah, I will.
I beg your pardon, but I'm just a timekeeper here.
It's all right, Neera. I'll wind up soon. I was thinking in terms of what is the distinctiveness of liberal democracy in India. What are the values that are foregrounded here, and so on and so forth. And I was amongst us who were thinking in terms of not only what does it mean to do political theory in India, whether we call it Indian or Western, what does it mean to be a political theorist located in India? And some of us, I think, turned our attention in these ways to the Indian reality and thought of it in terms of linking it to the larger conceptual categories through which we perceive and understand our lives, our experience, the world around us, etc., etc. And I think there are many torch bearers in this. And I'd speak, Professor Gopal Guru is going to speak tomorrow. He, for instance, wrote about and, did pioneering work on the category of humiliation, thereby expanding the idea of justice to include a new dimension. So I think there are many ways, and the people who are there even now, I think they are contributing in many significant ways to thinking about Indian reality and thinking in terms of what conceptual categories would be more appropriate, not only to understanding the Indian reality, but to thinking in terms of our experience in the modern world, coming from different societies. So I think when I think in terms of political thought and theory, these are some of the things that come to my mind in terms of our intellectual trajectory in CPS around us, and so on and so forth. How much of this thinking came directly from one inspirational source or some or many? I think the point of origin is not so important, but what is more important is what emerges out of that interaction. And I think CPS shaped one to move and think in this direction. And I find, only having retired more recently, that students continue to have, are now at present, the torch bearers of this way of thinking. And I think wherever they are, whatever they study, there is this desire to be reflective, to think in terms of normative categories and how they might apply to the Indian case. And I think that's the great contribution of CPS. And I continue to learn from it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sure to get very unpopular for cutting people off, but I do have a responsibility. Aditya Nigam, our eternal critic, very happy to have you on the panel to listen to you. Yeah. You're muted. Aditya, you're muted.
Can't hear you, Aditya.
No, he's muted. Just unclick that mic-like thing on the bottom bar. There's a mic, there's a camera, just unclick it. No, I'm afraid not. Can someone unclick it from here, from CPS itself?
Ma'am, this cannot happen from us. But also, I don't think he's unmuted. There's something wrong with the audio because here it shows that he's unmuted. He's not muted.
Oh, then. Okay.
So maybe logging back.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, is this better now?
Yeah, please. We can hear you now.
We can hear you, Aditya. Please carry on.
Okay.
Aditya, 15, maximum 20 minutes, please.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll try and wrap up within 15. So thanks a lot for the invitation to be part of this panel and the overall celebrations for CPS's 50th anniversary. To Professor Narendra Kumar and to the entire CPS faculty. Now, I'll actually, both Rajiv and Gurpreet have actually spoken at length as faculty members at for very crucial lengths of time. So that is not something which I'm going to repeat here. I am actually partly kind of, when I was asked to participate in this webinar and talk about what I've learned, I thought it was actually more a kind of personal journey along with CPS in a way which I think is quite, in my case, quite unique because I was a student of CPS thrice with the difference of 10 years each. My first stint was in 78, 81 when I came for my MA and was there for a year of MPhil. And then I left for full-time politics and then rejoined in 91. And then for my PhD in 97, 2000. So actually I have a three kind of time series if I may say so, a kind of time series qualitative impression of of CPS. But I do want to say one thing before I share some of my own sense of how CPS has shaped my own way of thinking, my own work, and so on. But that is that, as Rajiv said, we are all children of our times. But there is something very specific I mean by that. And apart from that, there's also, of course, a larger universe within which we are. So CPS at that time cannot be separated from what JNU at that time was. And we were all, in a way, it was a world bubbling with JNU, India. We were all bubbling with all kinds of excitement. The emergency had just been over. This was my MA days. Emergency had just been over. Indian democracy was finding its feet afresh. Vietnam had just been liberated 5 years ago. Many African liberation movements were still going on. So all the courses that we were learning here, all the stuff that we were learning in our classroom. And as a student, really, I didn't feel what perhaps Gurpreet and Rajiv felt. I thought everything actually fed into one another. So if we were attending classes on Indian politics, or introduction to political, which, by the way, Professor Zoya Khalik those days used to teach us. I remember being taught Thomas Kuhn and the structure of scientific revolution. You're not an Indian politics person at that time. And we had Professor Balbir Arora teaching us federalism. We had Professor Bhamri. We had Professor Ashwini Ray teaching us constitutions of Russia and China and so on. And I remember doing an optional with Sudipta Kaviraj on socialism theory, where basically Althusser and the epistemological break kind of preoccupied him for months. And it has actually, all that has gone into the way one thinks and has learned to think at that time. It was a moment which was actually where being a political science student was actually giving us a lot of energy from the outside world. And we were bubbling with, it was a hunger to know and to find categories enough to kind of grasp our present. There was, of course, as Rajiv said, and this is for somebody who was politically involved like me, this was much more the case. We were all socialists, communists, and so on. And there was a lot of intense debate which went on inside classrooms, outside classrooms, at the dhabas, at the cafe in the old building, and so on. The canteen in the old building, and so on, and everything in a way fed into what we were doing in class or in the center. So what we were being taught was not actually very different from that. One thing which was, of course, very important in those days, and I remember very fondly the way in the completely informal atmosphere of CPS in those days. I think it was generally the case with all centers, but definitely with us. And starting from our center office to our research associate staff, Francis and Jamal Saab and so on. So we're actually a whole community in a sort of way. From then, second round, when I come in 1991, the world has changed. Soviet Union has collapsed. Mandal has come in, and we've seen the worst face of anti-Mandal upper caste privilege out on the streets. We've seen the Ram Janmabhoomi movement, actually the intimations of the demolition of Babri Masjid and the onset of structural adjustment. So when I came my second round, CPS has also changed. So by then we were discussing secularism, modernity, we were discussing nationalism, we were discussing caste, we were discussing community identity, religion, gender, we were discussing everything that was going on outside. And so in a way, My second round, I was actually confronting a very different CPS, where we were no longer now in that high of the early 80s, where the world looked like it would change for the better. But nonetheless, we were actually faced with serious intellectual challenges, which as political scientists, political theorists, we were grappling to. I mean, I think there was a palpable sense that the categories with which we try to understand our world were failing us, that there was some sense in which we were unable to grasp what was going on around us. And the critiques of modernity and so on that were actually then coming in kind of made sense in a different way to us, which perhaps didn't. They have been around for a much longer time, but they did not make sense to us in the same way before the turn of the 90s than they did when this crisis actually fell upon us. And we were kind of faced with the task of understanding what was going on exactly, what it is that Indian society is undergoing at that moment. So to me, in fact, Indian politics, political theory was never separate in that sense. Or even the larger question of socialist theory and normative questions and so on, although I was never ever in that sense into normative theory, but normative questions underlie all the kind of work that we all do. So that was another, how much time, Neera? Another 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes? Or? Pardon? You're muted, sorry.
Sorry, 10 minutes more, Aditya.
Sorry?
10 minutes.
Okay. So this was, in a way, the second phase. And I think that when I came in at that point, that was my MPhil, and I worked with Rajiv at that point. Sudipto was leaving for SOAS, with whom I had initially been in conversation. So my work at that point, my MPhil dissertation was on Marxism and political power. And in a way, it was also an attempt not just to understand Marxism, the question of political power in relation to Marxism, but also in a way to understand the question of power as such, in a way where this relentless reductionism into class was at that time, it appeared to me, the prime culprit in not allowing us to see newer questions of identity, caste, community, religion, and so on, gender, which were increasingly coming to the fore. And when I come back for my PhD by 1997, 2000, the change has further kind of become entrenched, in the sense that if by the early 90s there were people still doing their dissertations in political thought on, my friend Mohinder Kumar's thesis with Gurpreet was on, I think, Benjamin and Hannah Arendt and so on. But it would be difficult to find towards the end of the 2000s that there would be students who would do a thesis on Foucault or Benjamin or Hannah Arendt or any Western thinker. By the turn of the decade or the turn of the millennium, we were actually seriously looking at dissertations on Ambedkar, Gandhi, Nehru, Tagore, and so on and so. Tagore, I don't remember then, but I know that even now, this trend is continuing. The question of Indian political thought, which has been foregrounded by both Rajiv and Gurpreet earlier before me, was actually something which got further entrenched around that time. And my point here would be that for someone like me, looking at it not from the faculty, so I don't have a overall sense of what the overall teaching and the overall conception was being planned at faculty level. but 3 different stints as a student, almost a decade apart. One thing was absolutely clear to me, that there was no way in which we could separate any of the dimensions of what we were studying, whether it had to do with Indian politics, whether it had to do with political sociology, whether it had to do with, which Professor Imtiaz Ahmed used to teach us in our MA days. And so we had a sense of a kind of understanding of politics that was itself in a way theoretical, in a sense that I never found it possible to separate it out in that fashion. And I think so did many other people with whom I've been students. And my one very important takeaway from this, and I want to conclude with another point, but my very important takeaway from this is that whatever we do in terms of, because our initial syllabi, our initial curricula all over, I think from the time of independence were, because there was a rush to kind of set in place institutions and put in syllabi and curricula in place, we basically got hold of whatever was at hand, which was the syllabi of Western universities, the Western canon, and so on. That is where social science, modern social science was born. So I don't see this shift or that period as necessarily a negative period, but I think we are now in a different moment where, and now I think that now begins from the early 90s in a sense, as I said, because that was when we realized that the categories, concepts, and theories we are working with, the frameworks we are working with, are falling woefully short of explaining what our Indian context, the challenges, the theoretical challenges that the Indian context is throwing before us. The final point I want to make is that in terms of the impact for both CPS and JNU at large, my experience over the last couple of decades, I travel all over India. Whenever I go to any small town, there may not be people writing theses, but people who have studied in JNU in the 80s are still holding aloft some kind of banner of some academic debate, discussions, knowledge, critical discussions, and so on. That continues in some fashion, whether it's in an oral tradition or whatever, but people who have trained in JNU also go back to their hometowns, to their small towns, to their states, and they inspire a whole generation of students to actually pursue academics. So I think that is a way in which the impact of JNU and CPS has been felt, which cannot be quantified. We can quantify how many books and academic papers have been written, but this is something which actually has a much more long-term effect, and I think that I hope that part of JNU's and CPS's heritage continues. So I end here.
Thank you, Aditya. Before we throw it open to the large number of scholars gathered here, I just want to make 2 points, and that is about all I'm going to say. I suppose I have some duties as a chairperson. First of all, I wonder today whether we have the luxury of speaking about any tradition as if it was self-referential, and I take Aditya very seriously. We have to take a cue from the context. Who would have thought that in a space of 10 years, all our discussions on multiculturalism, minority rights, secularism would have been overtaken by a very muscular form of nationalism, which insists on monochromatic societies. There is no respect for any of the themes we were working on in the last decades of the 20th century today in our ruling elites. And it's alarming how much these convictions of the ruling elites are shared by our own people. And minority rights, for instance, is just a bad word. I mean, what do you say about the certainties of political theory? When political theorists dreamt dreams on their respective pillows, we have found an alternative to existing politics. And, you know, we have found a way out of the human dilemma. When people are being murdered because apparently they were converting, which is a complete nonsense. So I think our theory has to become much more modest, much more communicable, and much more dealing with the reality of today. So in effect, we have to stop this, that they give us the answers, because we are facing unforeseen situations today. And I am alarmed how people are being lynched, other people standing around clapping and taking photographs on their cameras and then putting them on the social media. What greater perversity can there be? Or what use are our concepts? And the second point of the first point is, you know, the one certainty of Western political theory, that rights come to us in stages: civil and political liberties, then social and economic rights, and then fraternity. Today, when we thought UPA had given us social rights, we are back to our civil liberties being imperiled. What more important issues can they be on our agenda than the right to life? Whether it's Western, whether it is Babylonian, I don't care. We have to make cases for sanctity of the right to life. The second issue, I find this contrast between, I have been doing a great deal of reading, between Western theory and Indian theory, frankly, very flawed. Because there is no Indian theory. When we look at the public ethic of our national movement, it was Vedantic, it was upper caste, it was abstract, it was non-critical, and it had colonized Buddhism ever since Vivekananda made Buddha an avatar of Hinduism. Buddhism grew up as an attack on the Vedanta, and today Buddhism is a subcategory of Hinduism. Suppose we had adopted a more rational, a more materialistic philosophy, would we have been more sensitive to the inequalities of our age? Rather than resting free that we are spiritual and the West is material, we continue with this gigantic illusion. There was something in our national movement that we have to question how Brahmanical it was. And if you look at the dominant tropes, the languages, the vocabulary, the imaginaries, including that of Gandhi, they're of the Vedanta. Why not Samkhya? Why not Charvak? I don't understand why we are not exploring these philosophies. So let us be wary of the West versus India tradition. We live in extraordinary times, and we have to start from scratch, and that is protecting life and liberty of our people. However we may do it, these are important questions, but for the time being, maybe we have to go back to basics. Right, and we probably don't have to go to Western tomes. We can look at our own national struggle and how they evolved each pillar of our constitution, which was evolved through compromises and deals. And in a way, this is one way in which we will start being true to our vocation and being true to our society. I'll end here. The three presentations are open for debate and discussion. Please identify yourself, because I wouldn't know you not being from CPS. Is somebody organizing the debate? One of the young organizers? All right, just raise your hand and tell me who you want to address or what you want to address. Zoya, would you like to start the conversation? I can see you, that's why I'm... Unmute. Zoya, unmute.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. No, I said, I mean, I can react, but I thought this would be a good opportunity for students to respond to the three presentations. But I just want to make one quick point, and that is about Neera's comments, which I wholly endorse, which is to say, not her point about Indian political theory and Western political theory, though on that too I may have some agreement with her, but I think her larger point about the urgency of the present and how important it is for us to really engage with the challenges of the present rather than, really dwelling on the past. I mean, the past was glorious, and especially the past of JNU was very glorious. But the present of JNU, as indeed the present of our society and polity, is what it is. And I think it's only appropriate, as Neera very rightly said, that when rights and liberties are at stake and so much has changed, I think it's important for us to engage with that. And I hope that in the coming sessions we will focus on that rather than just on the past.
Thank you, Zoya. Come on, we are looking to the large number of young scholars gathered here.
I think we should have young scholars.
There are 212 members of the audience.
Professor Chandok, this is Shefali
please.
Jha.
Yeah, Shefali, please.
I'm not a young scholar, but nevertheless, if I can be permitted to, it's not really, it's a kind of a question and a comment, because I was someone who studied in CPS in the 1980s. So I was, and I, hold on to the way I was taught in the 80s. So I was just a little curious about this kind of contrast between the conceptual and the explanatory, because what I still remember from my classes is, I thought I learned how to apply that concept, how to understand the concept, the different contours of the concept. So, for example, even if we were doing the thought of a thinker like Machiavelli and not looking at a particular concept, but when we did things like what are the commonalities between the prince and the discourses, so that carefulness with the concept, I thought was something I took away and tried to hold on to from CPS. So this contrast, I was a little, I'm not so sure about that. And even when the other contrast, that whether we think about, we think about the thought of a thinker rather than looking at just the concept of rights or liberty. So is that, I mean, are they just two so very different ways of doing political theory? Just that.
Thank you, Shefali. Somebody else?
Yeah, can I ask something, Professor Chandok?
Please.
I'm Papia. Okay, I would like to say, Professor Bhargav, I think, your modesty is remarkable. But at the same time, I think you underestimated your teaching. Because just like Shefali, I could actually, connect the normative with the conceptual and with the explanatory very, very well in your classes. You might not have consciously, done it. Maybe it was a very subconscious thing. And if that is there, I think, the way you taught us Sartre, the way you taught us Rawls, I still, come up with, not just the theoretical bit, but, also, conceptualizing it and connecting it with the Indian ground realities. And not only, the present realities or the past realities, but also how to further it. So I would say that, I learned, about intuitionism and things like that, the way we reflected upon, and, the way you brought into class with so many examples, from our lived experiences. So I had, really learned, in that sense. Another point which I would like to say is that I think, you as well as Professor Mahajan, you both taught us, about subaltern school, which was emerging in the 1980s, although I was not a student in the 1980s. I joined CPS in the very late 1990s, from 97 onwards. And I remember the way, you brought to class the notion of secularism just post, the Nandi Madan debate. I really found that, exciting, refreshing, and it was a kind of a revisitation, the way you would bring up, the French.
Thank you, Papia.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Can
so
we
that's
have two
about it.
more
Thank you.
questions? Papia, sorry, I want to give the last 15 minutes to the speakers, 5 each, to respond. So, Aftab, please. Aftab, you've raised a hand.
Yes, this is not a question but an observation, because at present I am working in Department of Political Science, AMU, and I did my graduation from Aligarh itself. And when I went to JNU and joined CPS in 93, and I was in 93-95 batch, JNU was a great, very important forum, particularly personally speaking. It did a radical transformation for me. For a person who was hearing 5 times, yeah, Allah Akbar, and then entering into JNU and hearing the Jalado Mitado, and it was a new dream which was instilled in our mind. And the kind of world which we were inheriting at that time, which Aditya Nigam sir has talked about, like Mandal and Kamandal, but he also ignored the aspects of economic reforms which were in offing, and the kind of alliance politics which was reaching its crescendo, and frequent regime changes, the kind of understanding we developed in our classes, and the kind of but one thing that, okay, more concern was with theoretical aspects, even in Indian politics. C.P. Bhamri sir, late C.P. Bhamri sir.
Aftab, can you wind up? There's another hand.
Very small, very small. He talked about, he gave certain presentation on theoretical dimensions of understanding of Indian politics, which greatly helped. But as far as the research methodology classes are concerned, it was a very strict disciplinarian teacher like S.N. Jha, and Gurpreet Mahajan also taught us at MA level, and S.N. Jha MPhil level. But I think the micro level research were ignored at that time. Thank you, ma'am.
Vijaya Bharti.
Yeah.
3 minutes, please.
Hello. I have a certain doubt. What Professor Chandok raised this question, that how can somebody distinguish between concepts and what is happening at the grassroots? Because when people understand things from concepts, because concepts create a space to understand certain spaces.
I get
so I'm not a student during 90s or. Though I think that it can't distinguish between concepts and what is happening at the grassroots, because when I went to a field work, we understand it, through these concepts we see certain facts and very
Vijaya,
very
you're
important.
perfectly right. I'm not
So
distinguishing.
I'm very
I'm
skeptical
sorry,
to know.
we are
Yeah.
really short of time. Are there? Thank
No, yeah.
you. I've got your point. Any other
Yeah.
questions?
Sure. No, ma'am. No. Thank you.
Any more? Anybody else? Valerian, can I persuade you to say something? You're muted. No? Okay, I turn to the three speakers. Shall we go reverse? Aditya, you begin, then Gurpreet and Rajiv. Aditya? You're muted again.
Yeah, just a couple of very brief comments. Most of the comments are actually directed at Rajiv and Gurpreet, so I'll leave the time for them. I think the point that all three of us were trying to make about Western as opposed to Indian is not an indigenist argument. I don't think any one of us actually stands by that argument. This kind of a my book, in fact, the subtitle of my book is Thinking Across Traditions, and that's the point of, I think, what we are saying, and that I want to clarify, is that from a time when we were doing theses and dissertations on Western thinkers only, I think there's something to be, that there was some problem there. And the fact that we only started doing serious research on contemporary Indian thinkers, political thinkers, only in the aftermath of the 90s, of the disasters of the 90s, says something. And I think that the point needs to be understood in that context. The second very quick point here is that for me, the question is entirely about the present. It is not about any past. So even when one talks about or invokes a certain past, it is not to, I mean, contemporary Western philosophers will, at the drop of a hat, go back to Plato and Aristotle and the police and so on, but they're talking about the present. That is not a problem. But the minute anybody here would start talking of Buddhism or Vedanta or something, and of course it's not one homogeneous tradition, but the point is that one has to kind of contemporarize our relationship to that past, because as an intellectual tradition, in terms of the concepts, in terms of what the conceptual or the intellectual practices, what the particular work that concepts were doing. So that, I think, is all I have to say.
Gurpreet, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for these observations. We obviously need much more time to talk about it, but let me sort of dwell on an different aspect of what Aditya has just said. I think the present is always the starting point, which compels you to think about something. And we carry that past with us, and it's a resource which one can use in order to understand, what possibilities exist and what alternatives we might possibly be exploring and pursuing even in the present. So I think there is that nexus with which we continue to study what we do. Is political theory guilty of being out of sync with the reality of the day? This is a charge that is levied against political theory frequently. When there was collapse of Soviet Union, people said political theorists didn't predict it. I think the issue is that even if we are thinking about ideas, let's say about minority rights or multiculturalism or secularism that may have animated a different moment in time, I think they provide us with resources by which we can respond to the alternatives that are being presented. And that's a resource which is worth cherishing and carrying forward. The last thing I want to say is with reference to the issue that Shefali has raised. I think there is a big difference in the orientation of beginning with concepts, though obviously the concept cannot be approached in the abstract, but invariably we dwell on that concept with one major articulation. For instance, justice almost always everywhere today begins with, or the study of the concept of justice begins with the ideas of roles. And I think when we are following that trajectory, we are moving in a certain direction. What ideas of justice existed which I may get from another resource? For instance, even in the Western tradition, forget other traditions, Aristotle. I think when I study thinkers, I have the possibility of extracting from them ideas which don't necessarily fit in when I am looking at just concepts. So these are two orientations. Should I really know and be acquainted with the richness and complexity of ideas and theoretical frameworks so that I can then cull out from it an understanding of certain concepts? And I think that's a resource that we need to build also, or to think in terms of just a central concept or its articulation or the most dominant articulation in the past and the present. So I think there is a difference in orientation. Thank you.
Professor Bhargav, you have to unmute yourself.
I had unmuted myself, but I got muted by some external force. No, I said that I think Aditya and Gurpreet have already kind of answered the questions that were addressed to me. I don't think I can better the way they have articulated it. So I don't think I have very much to say. I'm very thankful to Shefali and Papia that that they think that they learned from us, people who taught political theory in the early 80s, both to Shefali and later to Papia. I was actually only talking about larger kind of trends. It's, some of the things we were doing were exactly what you say you learned from. It's not that, and there isn't such a, obviously there isn't such a hard and fast dichotomy between studying thinkers and studying concepts. I mean, you can't study a thinker properly without really studying concepts. But I think Gurpreet has already answered this. There is a certain, you enter, if you study concepts, you enter the whole field differently. You look at, what various thinkers have said about that concept. And sometimes you don't even have to bother about who said what. You just think about the concept and the world that it inhabits without bothering about who said what. And so I think we could have done that better, perhaps. But as I said, I just spoke about the 80s and the environment that we breathed. The students were exposed to much more than individual teachers were. We were sort of locked within what we taught. And I was talking about myself. I won't even speak about Sudipta, who was the other political theorist teaching at that time in the 80s. So I think the students got far more from CPS because they were exposed to everybody. And I was only saying that even though we were exposed to our colleagues, I just feel that we could have learned a little more from them at that time. It changed in the 90s. We all came together in the late 80s. 89, I would say, would be my threshold. And that's when I started to think about issues, and we were all together in it. So the 90s story would be very different. So, yeah, it's really a question of emphases. Our emphases, the way we thought about issues was a little different in the 80s than it was in the 90s. And I just wanted to draw attention to that. So, yeah, I'm proud to have been associated with JNU, with CPS, and I take great pride in some of the students who are not just my students, but also other students who have, I completely agree with Aditya that, no matter where I go, I also travel a lot within India. And no matter where I go, JNU people just stand out. And we may not, people have, these are, as I said, these are constitutional patriots. Even they may be in the government or outside the government. No matter what they're doing, there is a certain ethos that they embody, certain values that they have, which we desperately need today. So, yeah, I mean, this is a great institution. It's we have to remember the past in order to think about the future. We cannot just think about the future by looking at what happened in 2000 and 19 or 18 or 16. I mean, we learn about the present by having a sense of how it has developed and where it is coming from. We cannot see certain things today because they're obscured by a whole variety of other things. And unless we get that historical perspective, we just won't know. We won't see many things. So I think this is a useful exercise. We were doing something, we are after all celebrating 50 years. How can we not talk about the early years? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Been wonderful.
Thank you, Narendra. I think we come to a close. We've saved you about 3 minutes. So I'm sorry to everybody who got offended by my butting in and saying, please close your speech, but I think we have closed on time. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Neera. Thank you, Neera. And nobody was offended, I can promise.
Thank
On
you.
behalf of all the other speakers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just
Thank
in time.
you.
Problems over timekeeper. Yeah.
I would now request Supriya, a fellow PhD candidate, to offer his vote of thanks for this session.
On behalf of
Supriya, to
CPS,
you.
yeah. On behalf of CPS, I would like to thank the chair for the session, Professor Neera Chando, and the speakers, Professor Rajiv Bhargava, Professor Gurpreet Mahajan, and Professor Aditya Nigam for sharing their insights and valuable experiences with us. Thanks also to Vipanshika, who is the report writer for this session. We now break for lunch and we'll resume again at 1:30.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
out.
Yes, Dr. Kumar, good afternoon.
Hello, Professor Basu.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello. Yeah, we are. There's still, I think, a couple of minutes. People are
Okay,
still.
that's fine. I just wanted to. You start exactly. We start at 1:30 and we finish the session at 3.
Yes,
right?
there'll be another session following that.
At 3 o'clock. So since Nija is not there, I guess we will give the other two speakers about 20 minutes each.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
And I'll speak for about 10, 12 minutes and then we open the session for a Q&A.
Good afternoon, Professor Basu. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Who's that? Papia.
That's
Oh, wonderful.
Papia.
Yes, you were there, right?
Yeah, it's good to
Yes.
see you.
Yes, it's been some time, right?
I know. That's true.
You haven't resumed offline classes, have you?
No, we are still
No,
online.
not, yes, yes. I wish Nirja could have come, so,
Yeah, she had to actually, like at the last moment, she had to prepone her travel plans due to the
Yes,
Omicron
yes.
and all. And that actually.
Yes, she corresponded with me. She did say that she's struggling, so she wouldn't be able to come. So it's Professor Mukherjee and Gitanjali.
Yes.
Chaturvedi. Yes.
Hi, Gitanjali.
Yes, I can see Gitanjali, of course.
Hi, Professor.
And
How are you?
Professor Mukherjee was there in any case in the morning session, so he would be there.
Yes, he will be joining soon.
Right. Actually, I wasn't sure that you would open up the session for a Q&A. I was told that this was to be just a session of panelists who would speak and I would wind up. But after watching Neera's session, I got the clue as to how to format it.
That
But that's good. You do need a Q&A session. I agree.
Otherwise, there is no interaction between the audience and the speakers.
Exactly.
It's already
That's
online, and I think that
yes,
interaction.
already online. So that interactive round is important.
Absolutely.
So we'll keep about 15 minutes for that.
Yeah, I think that sounds
around 15 minutes should be okay for Q&A.
Because you just have two speakers in this session. In
Yes.
3, so you
So
will.
in any case, they get more time.
Yes.
So after that's done, then I'll take about 10 to 12 minutes and then we.
Yeah.
Hello, Professor Arora. Good to see you.
Hi, Professor
Hello.
Arora.
Good afternoon. Hello,
Yes.
Gitanjali.
Good afternoon, Professor
Yes.
Arora.
Hello, Rahul. And we're expecting.
Yes, Professor Mukherjee, I can see you too.
Yes,
And
you have to
Gitanjali,
unmute
so.
yourself. Professor Mukherjee, you have to unmute yourself.
It's really nice, isn't it, to see people from CPS from so many different
This is
years.
unmute,
I
right?
think it's just
Great.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Wow, technology is working for me. Wonderful.
It was wonderful seeing so many
You
stalwarts
technology
from
working.
CPS in morning session.
Hello, Professor Arora, can you hear me?
Yes, Rahul. Good to see you.
So I can't hear you.
You can't hear.
Good to see you, Professor
I can
Mukherjee.
hear you,
don't
but I
think
can't
we
hear Professor
interacted
Arora.
in any session together. So
No, but because we are on the WhatsApp, so I'll have to close this and then I think probably then it will work. Yeah.
But am I audible? Yes.
Yes,
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 you
yes,
are.
very much audible. Yeah.
So then
we can
Rahul
hear
has a
you.
problem.
You have one more session today, right, Professor Kumar?
Yeah, there is one more session at 3:30.
Right, the concluding session, yes.
Yeah.
Sir, please let me know when you expect me to begin.
Okay, sure, please. Yeah. We are just waiting for Professor Mukherjee to join, and
Professor Mukherjee is there.
Professor
yeah,
Mukherjee is joined.
he is there, but probably he can't listen to us.
Oh.
And
Oh, I see. There's a problem. He's.
Yes, there is some problem.
So Gitanjali, tell us what the weather is like where you are.
I'm in Geneva, Professor, and it's terrible. It's raining.
Oh, I see. Gitanjali, you're speaking from Geneva, is it?
That's right. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I've worked in international development, and now we've come
Right.
wandered from one country to the other and settled here.
Yes. Good to see you.
Thank you. Likewise. And my mother's been here. She managed to get out of India after a very harrowing experience during the second wave, and she leaves tomorrow. So we're kind of dreading the long queues and so on.
Yes, at the airport.
When she,
This is not the time to come back. I think
know.
we should stay with you for a little while longer.
We did suggest that, but I think she's quite fed up.
Oh.
So she's like, it's raining, the weather's awful,
That's true.
Yeah.
There's a fast track for the RT-PCR.
That's right.
And so, but I'm told that the queues are there and the crowding is there.
Yes.
You still have to get their act together.
Correct, yeah. I mean, it depends. And she, unfortunately, because these flights are coming from Europe, they come at the peak hour. But there are friends who've landed at the non-peak times, and they've not spent too much time in the airport. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we wish her the best and happy return to the motherland.
Yes.
I somehow cannot hear the conversation.
I see.
Somehow cannot hear the conversation.
Rahul, but he can't hear. Increase your volume.
Where is Professor Mukherjee at the moment?
He's in Germany.
I cannot hear Professor Rumki Basu.
Okay, he's connecting.
He heard
from
you.
There.
He heard
we
you.
We could
Professor
hear
Basu.
you.
Yeah.
We can chat.
I could hear Professor Mukherjee, but he says he's unable to hear us.
Narendra, send him a message saying sometimes your own volume is low or something.
Yeah, but I cannot hear. Now I can't hear Narendra as well. I'm wondering why. Oh, maybe I have to increase the volume of my device. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
Can you hear us now, Professor
Hello?
Mukherjee?
Hello.
Can you hear
Hello?
us?
Hello. 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 There might be a problem with my machine somewhere. Wondering what is that problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Yes, you can exit and join
is a
again.
good suggestion.
I exit.
Narendra, we have 3 speakers. There's Professor Nirja Jayal.
Sir, Professor Nirja Jayal expressed her inability to come because she had to prepone her visit somewhere. Yeah.
Okay.
So she won't be able to
She
join.
informed me that she wouldn't be able to join because she's traveling.
Yeah.
So there are two speakers now.
I can't hear
You could
now
get them.
as well.
You can't hear?
Let me try to get somebody to see if that problem can be solved.
I think what we can do in the meantime, we can
Yes,
start
we can
the session.
start.
And Professor Mukherjee can join us.
Right. We can hear him. So
Yeah, we
that's
can
an
hear him in
advantage.
any case. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear
Which
him.
is the most important, because as long as we can
Right.
hear him, it's okay.
Exactly. No, I think he's audible. We can hear him.
So I'll just try to connect with him through WhatsApp and then let him know that we are starting.
Maybe Gitanjali can start.
Yeah, actually, it should have been first the teacher starts and then the students come in.
No, but we have to improvise as we go along.
I know. I think there is an issue with his audio.
We'll wait maybe for 1 or 2 more minutes.
5
and
minutes
then,
more, and I think Professor Kumar should.
Yeah, we can start then.
Hello.
Yeah, what we can do is, I think we can listen to you.
Okay.
So what I'll do, Professor Basu will make initial comments.
Yeah.
And then I'll let you know when you have to speak.
Okay. In the meanwhile, I'll see if I can get some technical help here. It's in the morning, so we'll try to solve that. Thanks. Yeah.
Fine. So because we can listen you, so there should not be an issue.
ठीक है. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Yes. We can hear him. So would you wish, Professor Kumar, do you want him to start? Because we can hear him. We can hear Professor Mukherjee. So
Yeah, if your mobile can
start.
be heard, I will be able to catch as well.
Fine. What we'll do is now, we'll request Professor Basu to, and then I'll let you know when you have to speak.
Okay.
Is that fine?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Fine.
So fine. Thanks everyone in the afternoon session. And may I request my colleague, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, to introduce the speakers and the chair.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Narendra Kumar. And on behalf of Center for Political Studies, I would like to welcome all of you. I'm happy to introduce the speakers of the session and the chair. Today's this session is going to be chaired by Professor Rumki Basu. Professor Rumki Basu is at the Department of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, Jamia Millia Islamia, and she received the Mary Hamilton Award as recognition for the major contributions which she made to the field of international public administration, and she was awarded by the American Society for Public Administration in the year 2021. Professor Rumki Basu has completed her MPhil and PhD from School of International Studies. And we all know that Professor Rumki Basu's publications on public administration and international relations are one of the most popular publications in India throughout the country. So on behalf of Center for Political Studies, I welcome you, madam, for being here with us today and agreeing to chair the session. The two speakers which we have, one is Professor Rahul Mukherjee, who is professor and head of the Department of Political Science at the South Asia Institute in Heidelberg University. He is also the executive director of the South Asia. He was the executive director of the South Asia Institute and speaker for Center for Asian and Transcultural Studies. His areas of interest, as we all know, these are comparative politics, political economy, South Asian politics, and international relations. He was earlier at National University of Singapore, and before that, he was here in Center for Political Studies from 2003 to 2008. He is also taught at Hunter College and University of Vermont. Professor Rahul Mukherjee's widely acclaimed work in political economy of India, especially his work on economic reforms in India, is one of the widely acknowledged contributions to the discipline. We are happy to have you here, sir. And then I'm happy to welcome Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi, who completed her PhD from Center for Political Studies. And she has spent 2 decades working in the international development field for various UN agencies, including UNICEF, where she was involved in the Global Polio Eradication Initiative in India, Nigeria, and Afghanistan. She has also worked in Central Asian countries, Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. In 2011, she joined World Bank to foster regional integration in South Asia. And her pioneer work in the field of polio eradication program in India is very widely acknowledged. She has authored the book The Vital Drop in 2008 that basically chronicles India's war on polio. She has also written on slope, sunburn, and solitude ecotourism in the Himalayas. And she also has helped establish the Partition Museum in Amritsar. On behalf of Center for Political Studies, once again, I welcome the chair and the two speakers. We are glad to have all of you here. And thank you once again. Over to Professor Rumki Basu.
Let me congratulate the Center for Political Studies, the chairperson, Professor Narendra Kumar, and his entire team for having conceptualized this commemorative webinar celebrating the Golden Jubilee of CPS by inviting not only outstanding teachers, but also students to speak about their journey in CPS and how the cumulative ambience of JNU shaped their lives and led them to contribute in whatever profession they are in today. So it would be wonderful. In the morning session, we heard CPS stalwarts, I would say, speak about their academic journey as teachers, and also what kind of innovative work or seminal contributions they've made. They didn't say so themselves, but we do know about their seminal contributions to the discipline and how it shaped their students' lives. We heard from a few of their students later in the session. So after an entirely successful inaugural session, we will start the second session today on policy and development. That's the theme of the session. And we were to have had 3 speakers today: Professor Nirja Jayal, who was not only a student of CPS, but we would have loved to hear her journey, her academic journey, both as a student and a teacher in CPS, if she'd been there. But she did message to me yesterday that she was unable to join in because she had some traveling commitments. So we'll miss you, Nirja. I wish you could speak about your academic journey. And also, may I say that as a scholar of policy and development studies, I would definitely say this about Dr. Jael, that her contributions through her books and articles in the field of policy studies and developmental studies have been quite outstanding. So we miss her presentation today. If she'd been here, I'm sure we could have known much more. And she, like Professor Gurpreet Mahajan in the morning, they were both students of CPS and also teachers there. So it would have been wonderful to hear her, but she won't be able to join us. The second speaker in this panel is Professor Rahul Mukherjee, who would speak about his journey as a student and a teacher of CPS. I'm not very sure whether he taught in CPS, but definitely he was a student, I think, or am I mistaken? Well, whatever. And Dr. Geetanjali Chaturvedi, an outstanding student of CPS. And between the two of them, it would be interesting to know their journey in CPS as students, and both of them belong to two diverse professions. Professor Mukherjee is an academic, is in the academia, and we have Dr. Geetanjali as a policy implementer, as a social entrepreneur, and with her diverse experiences in the international development sector, because this session is on policy and development. So her inputs would be extremely valuable for us to know. She'd, of course, share her experiences about CPS, but we would be interested in knowing about your experiences, Geetanjali, in the international development sector. And I'm glad she has recorded much of that in her book, perhaps. So we have two speakers today. And if we are to go by the format that Dr. Neera Chandok started with in the first session, we'll give Dr. Mukherjee and Dr. Geetanjali 20 minutes each to speak about their academic journey in CPS and their experiences in the professions they are in now, and their seminal contributions perhaps in whichever sector they are placed in right now. So after that, I'll probably give some of my observations and comments on the theme, which have been asked to give by Professor Kumar. And then we open the floor for discussion, and we expect students, especially students' comments and observations on what we've done in this session. And we allow the speakers to respond to the questions that will be put to them. So this being the format, may I now request Professor Mukherjee? We can hear you. So would you start? If you can hear us, you should be the first one to start, and then Dr. Geetanjali will follow. You get 20 minutes to speak. So Professor Mukherjee, if you're able to hear me,
he can hear us now on YouTube. So I think he'll have to unmute himself first. Please unmute Professor Mukherjee. The same icon that you used earlier to unmute yourself.
And then Dr. Geetanjali.
Yes, now we can. Yeah.
Wonderful.
You get 20 minutes to speak. So Professor Mukherjee, if you're able to hear me, he can hear us now on YouTube.
Yes, I can.
So I think he'll have to unmute himself first.
I'll have to.
Please unmute Professor Mukherjee.
Can you hear me?
He has unmuted. Please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Let him speak, please.
Yeah. But I have used the unmute icon. But can you hear me?
Yes. Now we can. Yeah.
Excellent.
You get 20 minutes to speak.
Excellent.
So Professor Mukherjee, if you're able to hear me, I hear us now. So I think he'll
Professor Mukherjee, what you can do is you can unmute there. Sorry,
So
you can mute there
I'm
in
living in a very peculiar
Google.
internet world right now, where I can only hear you on YouTube and you can hear me on Google Meet. But I'm really not very surprised that this has happened to me, because my relationship with technology has never been a good one. And it always sort of protests whenever I try to use it. And that has just reiterated itself, this propensity of technological gadgets to have a problem interacting with me. But however, I think Professor Narendra Kumar has been very gracious. He has found the jugaad techniques to get me out of this problem. And thank you, Professor Basu, for your very warm and generous introduction. I am sure I don't deserve to be in this panel, but it is a very sentimental journey for me to talk about my days in CPS. And I have actually written a short piece. Therefore, I will be reading from there, and hopefully it will be covered in whatever 15. I never timed it, so I hope it will be in 15 to 20 minutes. So here it goes. I think you can all hear me. CPS arrived just at the right moment in 2003, when I was wondering whether I would succeed as a teacher and a scholar in India. Upon return to India in 1999 with a PhD in political science from I had spent 2 years at the Center for Policy Research, followed by a year and a half at the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. I was beginning to worry. Did I work towards a PhD for academic pursuits, or was the degree pursued to attract media attention to become a notable Indian with excellent contacts? I had had a ringside view of the policy community and the media at that time. I also found that it was easier to be a practitioner, a journalist, or a public intellectual than to evolve as a scholar in Delhi. Good academic jobs were few in those days, and political science departments cared less about political economy and public policy. It was much easier to find an academic job if you were working in other areas. On the other hand, I was deeply concerned that the economy and policy making were a deeply political process. This had hardly attracted the attention of scholars devoted to the study of politics in those days. I therefore thought I could contribute in a small way by just quietly doing the work rather than writing quick journalistic pieces. A lot of very bright people were doing just that. What do I mean by the right moment? By the right moment, I mean that I came with unusual preparation and I needed CPS to evolve. Was my preparation unusual? It was unusual because the CPS faculty was more exposed to politics training in India and Britain rather than the US in those days. My politics training at the School of International Studies, with a smattering of courses at the Center for Political Studies with Professors Kaviraj, Bhargav, and Jayal, then exposure to a PhD program in political science at Columbia, obviously produced a species that could easily become a loner academic in those days. Like most returnees from the US, I was somewhat arrogant regarding my training. This training, which involved 2 years of coursework followed by a comprehensive exam, was quite different from the British approach. In Britain, you can start writing a thesis with much less preparation. Moreover, there was much more science in the politics scholarship in the US. Despite the rationalist and quantitative temptation for job seekers in the US in those days, I had argued for the importance of ideas and historical paths. This was a time when this kind of an approach to the study of political economy and public policy in India was rare for political science scholars, even though the Indian economy was undergoing a deep transformation. My preparation was unusual also because I did not come from a university department. I had secured jobs at government departments at Dartmouth and Georgetown, respectively, when I decided to return to India in 1999. I had been teaching regularly since 1996 at Hunter College at Columbia, at the University of Vermont as a graduate student, and at Columbia University. This experience convinced me that I would not like to stay away from teaching for a long time. Little had I then realized that it would be an uphill task to secure an academic position in Delhi. I had to spend 3.5 postdoctoral years at the Center for Policy Research, 1999 to 2001, and then at the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation from 2001 till 2003. Frustrating though the experience was, I had gained during this period an almost anthropologist's understanding of the policy process in India. These organizations enabled me to work closely with persons who had been located very close to the process of policy making. The point I'm trying to make here is that I was very frustrated and deeply worried about the exposure to the policy environment devoid of much scholarly content between 1999 and 2003. I had 2 failed job interviews in Delhi. There was some kind of a rumor that I was too queer and somewhat arrogant to find a place in a good academic department. All this came with the remorse that I would be reduced to a policy wonk, something that had not worked for in all these years. Little did I realize then that this was a kind of baptism by fire. I was gaining valuable insight by the dint of destiny rather than by design. Had Lady Luck shone upon me in the expected manner, I could have joined the School of International Studies, or the politics department in Delhi University, or the University of Texas, or even the University of Amsterdam, jobs I could have secured during this period, which did not come my way for a variety of reasons. Joining CPS in 2003, therefore, was more than a dream come true. It was a turning point. CPS enabled me to breathe the freedom that tenure gives when you, after a year, when you become permanent in the institution. I enjoyed that freedom. I really understood what it meant. I would never have felt this way had I not graduated to a JNU position after contractual jobs at policy think tanks, where even the best ones do not grant that kind of liberty to explore your intellectual self. CPR and RGF had also earned me the kind of experience that I would have not gained in a purely teaching institution. Had one accepted the Georgetown job before joining JNU, one would have ruthlessly applied Western models to bask in the glory of some kind of erudition. CPR and RGF did 2 things. First, we were always discussing policies. Second, I had no access to really good libraries for some time. I also had scarce academic resources which precluded me from attending any big conference in the US, barring few exceptional area studies meetings that paid for my travel. At any rate, I was busy trying to save my intellectual soul in a policy environment. There was no time to explore funding to attend a big conference. This engendered a situation where one came steeped in a tradition, and soon thereafter, one had to engage the policy community looking at real policy issues without the benefit of access to good libraries. I joined the center with Professor Zoya Hassan as chair, along with wonderful colleagues, Professors Valerian Rodriguez, Vidhu Verma, Pralay Kanungo, Shefali Jha, Asha Sarangi, and T.G. Suresh. Earlier, Professor Gurpreet Mahajan had encouraged me to apply to CPS after a presentation at the University of Michigan in 2002. I was skeptical of securing an academic job in Delhi then, but her encouragement did help me make up my mind. The result was the pleasantest surprise. The warmth with which I was welcomed in CPS made me feel that there was light at the end of the struggle. I could now reason why I had failed to secure the earlier jobs. I would not then have been privileged enough with an insider's perspective at the country's premier department that attracted the best students. These 5 years in JNU enabled me to make the transition to academic life in India in its pristine form. I carry a small part of that JNU wherever I go. Destiny thus led me to CPS after having experienced it as a student from the School of International Studies, then spending 6 years in the United States, and thereafter spending 3 years in policy think tanks. Neither did I know what citations were, nor did I care. The geographical distance from the US made it tougher to attend big conferences or get published in the best journals. but there was no pressure of a tenure track job in the United States. Everyone was permanent after a year's service. I was therefore able to think freely about the policy process with a historian's and an anthropologist's instinct. This is very important for political scientists. Phenomena such as Donald Trump and Hindutva nationalism appear sudden only because we do not track historical processes, often trying to fit our data or narrative to certain models rather than the other way round. I quickly learned that the best part of CPS are its students. I must have bored them to death by my rather crass understanding of how a science of politics that had evolved in the US could be relevant for the study of international relations and political economy in India. One was lucky to be reflecting on India from within. I had begun to develop a skepticism for standard explanations regarding many phenomena that required a different lens. I tried to expose students to the comparative method that was both systematic science, but needed engagement with history. I tried to reason that while quantitative methods have their place, there are a number of research objectives that cannot be achieved by quantification. We engaged the logic of quantitative methods to reason whether qualitative methods also have a significant place. I have fond memories of taking the MA methodology class to Jammu and to Hyderabad. During both visits, Professor Vidhu Verma was a co-conspirator, even though she was not teaching this class. The whole idea was to expose students to systematic empirical inquiry that would make it easy for them to challenge conventional wisdom. What we read in the books as standard appears so real, partly only because it has been well argued. I wanted students to ask systematic questions to persons on the ground selected through a rough sampling procedure to judge whether the standard arguments hold. I also wanted them to understand that nobody will tell you anything unless they trust you. Getting feedback in the field is also about creating social relationships and trust. To give just a few examples, if Putnam and Varshney were to be believed, Jammu should have had fewer rights because of social capital. If Wilkinson was right, then political competition would provide the clues. If, however, Paul Brass were to be believed, then we should witness the emergence of a theater of violence. While one was scared with launching this experiment, the results surpassed our expectations. Students learned how to challenge conventional wisdom, and often our hosts conceded that no one had covered the field with such passion. We never published anything, though, because this methods class came in the last semester of the MA program, CPS's flagship program. We did share some of our data with our hosts, who had been very gracious. CPS could, in those days, entrust such a responsibility to a young assistant professor who had just arrived. This is also a time for me to remember the presence of the late Sri Jamal Ahmed, our senior technical officer, whose affection is not easy for me to forget. He was the one who gave me private lessons regarding the history of CPS and its old tradition. I have always been absent-minded and a bit of a blunderbuss. He would make sure that I would never overspend and would present bills in an acceptable manner. It helped us a great deal that our hosts, Professor Amitabh Mattu in JNU and Professor Shanta Sinha in Hyderabad, provided us with amenities that made us comfortable beyond our limited budgets. The library had a limited holding that would easily get misplaced. I would first buy a personal copy and then photocopy chapters for students. The library books would finally make their way to the reference section of the library. So students could not complain that they did not have access to reading materials. A former student who is now teaching at the Azim Premji University was quite shocked when I remembered a particular answer she had provided in the IR class. Another student who is an influential editor with The Hindu reminded me that he was also in my class after publishing an opinion piece. I am sure that they have all done very well. There was also the sheer joy of conducting research without the pressure of project funding. In 2004, I was invited by Francine Frankel and Sunil Kilnani for two separate conferences in the US. Francine agreed to convert my airfare into an honorarium. Given another honorarium and airfare that came from Sunil's position at the School of Advanced International Studies in Washington, I afforded a 6-week research stay at Columbia's Institute of War and Peace. My dear teacher, Jack Snyder, planned such that I could use the legendary Ken Waltz's office while he was away in Maine during the summer. This defining moment came after I had spent about a year in JNU. These two papers were an inspiration that drove me to research infrastructure sectors such as power and telecommunications. I had a ringside view of the policy process in India, and visiting Columbia would enable me to access scholarly resources that I had not seen since 1999. This was also a time when physical distance from the US had made me skeptical regarding American journals. I had begun to tell myself, why bother? I worked hard in India and at the Institute of War and Peace, trying to make some sense of how the infrastructure sectors were evolving in India. The location in JNU was just perfect. And the 6 weeks at War and Peace provided me with the opportunity to think deeply about these issues. At the Washington conference, I met Monte Ahluwalia, director then of the IMF's Independent Evaluation Office. He was a discussant for my paper. That paper, which he discussed, was not only published in India Review, it became the foundation for some work that I did for the World Bank as an independent consultant. That paper and the work that I did for the bank handsomely contributed to chapters in globalization and deregulation. Francine's conference at Penn was an even more challenging proposition. She had approached the Journal of Asian Studies for a special issue. I decided to write one on India's telecom transformation. As luck would have it, that special issue with the likes of Pratap Mehta, Devesh Kapoor, Alan Heston, and Anjani Kochar was rejected by the journal. But the journal wanted me to revise and resubmit. Moreover, after the journal rejected Francine, she had turned to the Journal of Development Studies as another possibility. Since JS had rejected Francine's conference, I had to write a separate new paper that would fit the bill for JDS. At this time, I had published in Pacific Affairs and in India Review. But this trip to the US forced me to send papers that were published in the Journal of Asian Studies and the Journal of Development Studies, respectively. I had been forced to approach journals that I would never have sought on my own. I must thank Francine, Sunil, and Jack for making this possible. Such are the ways of academic life. Many years later, I tried to replicate a similar experience for younger scholars at the National University of Singapore. It was around this time that my friend Vikram Chand approached me to write a paper for the World Bank on India's telecom transformation as an independent consultant. I cautioned Vikram that there will be little praise for the bank in the one infrastructure sector where India had succeeded more than others. In fact, I told him that the government refused the World Bank every time they proffered advice. The bank, however, wanted to learn how India evolves through a plethora of complications and scandals to produce some semblance of order within what looks like an anarchical order. Being an independent consultant for the bank on 2 infrastructure projects gave me an unusual access to materials that one needs to consult before getting behind the real story. Such experiences helped me understand why policy ideas often matter in ways that cannot be understood easily through class-based approaches to politics. Moreover, how is the capacity of the state impacted by policy paradigms that it buys into? The Ford Foundation, through the University of Pennsylvania Institute for the Advanced Study of India, funded a couple of weeks of stay in Colombo and in Dhaka in 2003. I wrote a paper on regional integration arguing how India could enter into a preferential trading agreement with Sri Lanka in 2000, despite such a dismal experience of cooperation with its neighbors. These trips were an eye-opener for me. I realized how lopsided is the view from Delhi regarding India's neighbors. Finally, JNU was the best place in the world to realize that India's growth, while quite impressive in those days, was not attacking the problem of poverty. I became curious about how the rights-based approach was born and why it could be implemented more efficiently in some states than others. Those were the days when we took democracy for granted. We used to worry more about growth and its impact on redistribution. Today, the question of India's democratic decline has become more significant. I do hope that the center will contribute seminal ideas that will spur India's democratic resurgence. Thank you very much for this invitation. I think my 20 minutes are over. I hope you will appreciate now why I hope I have been able to argue CPS was a turning point. My heartfelt thanks to all my colleagues who make this part of the scholarly journey possible. Thank you. And I will be able to hear you, I think, on YouTube. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Mukherjee, for this excellent presentation, wherein you...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes. Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. There's an echo. I hope that doesn't continue. Well, we could hear you, your entire presentation. Thank you so much for your journey as a student, as well as your brief teaching experience in C, which enriched you in so many ways. It's just that, even the morning speakers have said the same thing, which you also do say, that CPS changed you in so many ways, not only by giving you the freedom and autonomy to take your own classes, experiment with the syllabi, and to be able to have the kind of argumentative debates, in diverse fora, providing you with the tools that you use in later life. That's something that CPS trains you for. So I really appreciate, you sharing your experiences of CPS, your teachers, your students, how they changed your lives. And that's something very interesting, how students can, by giving their kind of inputs, also make you think, sit up as a teacher, work doubly harder, and try and answer their queries, their questions, the way they want it to be answered. So thank you for speaking about the cumulative experience of being in JNU for a certain period of time as a research scholar in SIS and also as a teacher in CPS, and how that changes and did change your experiences in academia. Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. I would now request Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi, who was also a student in CPS, to recount her experiences in her profession later on. And we are very eager to hear you, because you belong to another sector, in another profession. There are a lot of teachers and students here who belong strictly to the academia, but you have a diverse set of experiences to share with us. And of course, your academic journey in CPS interests us. Not just beyond anything else, but as a supplement to whatever you've done in later life. So Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi, you have about 20 minutes at the most, 15 to 20 minutes really. Yes.
Certainly. So thank you again. And I would like to preface my conversation by sincerely thanking Professor Narendra Kumar, and because it's really very exceptional and rare to actually have the opportunity to thank the center, to commemorate and celebrate a 50th anniversary, and also see your professor sitting across from you. I see Professor Hassan, I just saw Professor Arora, and it would have been great to share the stage with Professor Jayal, because she was my PhD supervisor, but it's unfortunate that she's not there. But really, this is a tribute to what the center has given me in these the exceptional 9 years that I spent doing an MA and then an MPhil and a PhD. I actually feel I had prepared something like Professor Mukherjee, but I think I'll just go extempore and supplement with my notes. I actually feel that my time at CPS was really like a personal journey where I was exploring and understanding who I really was. And for that, I think the courses that I took, and because there was so much flexibility in what I could study and what I could pursue, the courses really helped me understand who I really was. So by the end of my PhD submission, I knew certainly that I wanted to be a development professional. And that came to me during my conversations with Professor Arora, Professor Hassan, of course, and of course, a lot of mentoring from Professor Jayal. I was very interested in the environment. I was very interested in sustainable development. I was particularly, because I'm really fond of traveling, as all of us are. I had a certain view of the world as well. I worked on the mountain landscape. So we worked on ecotourism for my PhD. And I was quite certain that I wanted to walk the path of sustainability, of sustainable development, working with communities, and perhaps the civil service path was not for me because I had seen it up close, very close, because my father was a civil servant, and I work with people and communities. And I think what was also very prominent in how I had perceived what I wanted my career path to be was really to change the world. And I think I used to keep telling people that I really want to be part of that journey that sort of changes the world. So I found myself working in these programs that sound very impressive. I mean, trying to eradicate polio, being part of the poverty alleviation programs and trying to eliminate absolute poverty by 2030. And, I keep thinking, all right, I did hitch my wagon on the right battles, but did we really succeed? I mean, you really prompted me by inviting me here to think about whether I really succeeded in impacting any change in the world. Because come to think of it, we did eradicate polio in India, but it still exists in Pakistan and Afghanistan. I don't think we're anywhere close to eradicating poverty. And I've also worked in gender parity, and I think it's going to take over 2 centuries to achieve any kind of parity in the world. So I really started to think, are our priorities right? I mean, why are we fighting these battles that seem to never succeed? I mean, are we just sort of looking at ways to employ ourselves indefinitely? What is the purpose of this whole development? And I thought that for this conversation today, we could discuss polio, we could discuss poverty, and we could also discuss gender parity if there's enough time, and how I feel CPS influenced the work that I do, and how I feel, where I feel we could go. So the first part is really polio. I mean, when I was working on polio, I was just a rookie. I was very young. It was my first proper job. I was working for UNICEF. And everybody I spoke to, right from the government to other partners who we were trying to engage, told me that polio was the wrong priority. And that there weren't kids dying of polio. The only reason that we were actually pursuing this goal was because America had told us to do it, because there was a vaccine, and because people were high from the success of the smallpox campaign that they wanted another disease to eradicate. It really made no sense. It was also this vertical program, which meant that people who were working on polio just did polio. They didn't do anything else. And what was more important was to strengthen routine immunization and to perhaps strengthen health systems in villages, in the primary healthcare centers. So it seemed like we were actually doing the wrong thing. And there was billions of dollars that was spent just in eradicating polio and doing round after round of polio drops. But somehow we succeeded. And I've often wondered why. And we succeeded in India because the government then finally felt that they had to do a push. We succeeded because we understood the community we were going to work in, because there was a lot of resistance by the Muslim population in UP and Bihar. Because of the nature of the disease, it had become a disease of the poor. We actually did very targeted interventions, bringing in, bringing in interpersonal communicators in the communities who used to live there, and they were almost all women. We also engaged with the imams and clerics, and there was a lot of really hard work on the ground that went in. But what it taught me was that in order to understand India, in order to actually achieve any success, we could not ignore caste. And the fact that a lot of conversions took place when they did, it didn't mean, whenever they historically did, it didn't mean that people didn't convert with their caste. So as I would look at the wild polio updates that would come every week, I would see every case being broken down by caste, by religion, by caste, by address. And we then knew how to target the disease better. So, and that's a tool that we use even today in tackling COVID-19, for example. The third thing that I really learned was that the Indian state was basically all pervasive. Unless they didn't really buy into a program, we would have no success, and we would just be seen as, you know, a WHO program, an American program, a UNICEF program, and so on. It was just not sustainable without the support of the Indian state, and they got it done, and they got it done really well. I also realized that the third thing was the power of women, actually, which was very, very important, because what we had was, once we changed these vaccination teams to just women's teams with women vaccinators, women communicators, women surveyors, we actually achieved a lot more success, because women could walk into kitchens, they could walk into bedrooms and pull out sleeping babies from cribs and vaccinate them. And no man in Western UP, for example, could achieve something like that. So that is what it taught me. And really, these were very early lessons that I learned over 15 years ago. And with that, I went to Afghanistan and Nigeria to work on the polio campaign. I learned a lot from there, but then I came back to work on poverty alleviation with the World Bank. And it was that part, I think, was even more interesting for me, because the polio campaign seemed like a big trailer. But the poverty alleviation campaign in India, especially, is this big blockbuster that is still ongoing. And when I first started to work on the poverty campaigns, I realized I actually started working in the early 2000s, right after polio. And what was happening at that time was that, in fact, right after I left JNU, what was going on was that we had, there was a very silent sort of, I wouldn't call it a revolution, but a very, very silent, remarkable transformation that was taking place in rural area India. Once a week, women would meet in groups. They would pool in their savings and use that to leverage institutional credit for small businesses. And I traveled from village to village, state to state, and found these groups engaging in different activities, and even very often delivering the government's programs. They were catering midday meals. They were organizing pensions and meals for widows and destitute, as they called it. They were supporting farmers, producers organizations, procuring food grain in bulk and selling them on to the mandis. And these groups were ubiquitous. Officials at the district level were actually using them to implement, they were channeling resources to implement other development schemes, including NREGA. And it was on the backs of these groups that India's millions were lifted out of poverty. In fact, between 2006 and 2016, the UNDP actually presented a report saying that India had broken all records and lifted about 271 million people out of poverty. It was women's power that actually did that. And so shortly after this, when I started working on the poverty eradication program, these self-help groups had by then matured. And they were no longer these artisanal groups, but they had become more competitive. There was a push to actually help them evolve into listed companies, become part of a global value chain, and sell their products to Reliance, Walmart, Big Bazaar, and so on. So I was completely blinded. It was very hard to not be blinded by this shining rural India and to go from village to village and see ambition. Because the India that I had seen growing up was static and it was slow to change. And suddenly I saw these women wielding mobile phones and delivering orders in bulk and negotiating with transporters and vendors and filling out these complicated forms, often online, you know. They were calling customer care for help, for example, and they had disposable income. They were sending their kids to school. They had, often because of the land reforms that were also ongoing in these states where these poverty alleviation programs were being implemented, they had property in joint ownership with their husbands. And what I was working on was to scale these efforts beyond the few states where we'd seen success. So what had started out in Andhra and Tamil Nadu then sort of spilled over to Orissa, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar. And during the time that I joined, the Ministry for Rural Development was also pushing this through the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, or the NRLM. The model of using women's groups to enhance household incomes was basically the foundation for achieving poverty elimination. But this was not just new to India. It was borrowed from Pakistan, also influenced by the Grameen Bank model in Bangladesh. And during that time, I had the privilege of actually working in all South Asian countries, seeing these groups in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, in Nepal, in Sri Lanka, in Afghanistan. And we organized several knowledge learning and knowledge exchange trips to help people to understand what approaches would work. And this was actually the first time that I felt that South Asian countries could work together. And this is also to Professor Mukherjee's point, that South Asian countries could actually work together and share models that had worked and combat multidimensional poverty together. But there was one flaw, I felt, in the entire model. And that's what sort of I think brought it down as well, because what happened was, in their enthusiasm to enhance livelihoods and to increase incomes and influence markets, all these poverty alleviation projects put tremendous pressure on women and their time. And almost exclusively, they were designed by men. One of the key components of these projects was for women to invest in livestock and dairy, so that they would enhance their income and their nutrition. But what these government officials had sort of overlooked completely was that the burden of caring for an animal who was often a buffalo and stronger and larger than a woman was actually adding to her, the additional household chores and domestic duties that women would would undertake at the cost of their leisure and at the cost of their rest. They somehow didn't think that men would chip in. So they designed a program that was far too heavy on the women. There was one more problem. By the time I came in, I discovered that with 10 years into the self-help group movement, girls were already staying longer in schools and nursing career ambitions. They didn't dream of owning a dairy farm or tending to cattle. They wanted white-collar jobs. They wanted lives in cities. And they wanted to postpone their marriage and dreamt of romantic love. So what was holding them back? And when I put that question to them, they said it was the men. And that actually got me to transition from studying, not just working in poverty, but actually understanding women's aspirations. And I studied that for a long time with the bank. And I tried to understand how programs to increase female labor force participation actually fell short, because we were not providing them or creating conditions that would enable them to work in areas that they were interested in. We were almost really sort of forcing women to find low-paying part-time jobs, and they were being relegated to the informal sector, as it was assumed that their incomes would only supplement family income. It was interesting, in Tamil Nadu, there was a lot of women young girls who were sent off to the ready-made garment industry. And when they went to work in these factories in Tamil Nadu, they were encouraged by their employers to invest in gold for their marriage. I researched aspirations in Indian states that were low income, middle income, and high income. And all my research revealed that women wanted the same things as men. They wanted full-time jobs, they wanted assets, and they wanted self-respect. So it was this disconnect actually that pushed me to understanding, gender parity, and also the fact that India was steadily dropping in the gender gap index, the global gender gap index. Female labor force participation was among the lowest in the world. And what was even more significant was women's representation in parliament. And then I think as I continued to study it, all the facts continued to shock me even more. What was even more shocking was sex ratio at birth. And I know that the present audience will probably not be as surprised, but the some meta preference was discussed at length in the economic survey in 2018. And what we discovered there was that educated urban women living in nuclear families were self-selecting having a second child only if the first was a girl. So one did not need to practice female feticide to skew sex ratio at birth. There were 21 million unwanted daughters in the country. And women obviously appeared to enforce patriarchy much more than men. And understanding this actually was, to me, the most important turning point in actually understanding how we could influence development policy in the country. It was around this time that the maternity benefits bill was also amended, around the same time. And that provided, I'm sure most people know, 6 months paid maternity leave to new mothers, in addition to ensuring that the workplace had a daycare and facilities for breastfeeding and so on, which I felt was the step in the wrong direction, but it had an adverse impact on employers because they got discouraged from employing women. They felt that they would get married and pregnant and have babies, So the more I analyzed these issues in India and elsewhere, I realized that we need much more than laws to fix gender gaps. And again, I think I'm circling back to the point that Professor Mukherjee made earlier. We need actions, and we need these actions to be actually, strengthened through rights. And a rights-based approach is far more fruitful in actually ensuring that policies do get implemented. Because what we tend to do now, I find, is that we tend to retrofit something that will inevitably collapse. So what we need to do is really to demolish and build back better. And one of the actions that I felt that we really needed to advance, and this was when I was working for the World Economic Forum, was really to push for more representation in Parliament, because we really need laws that are gender just. And I had this small anecdote that I'd encountered in Afghanistan, where we were working on community-driven development, and I went to a small village in Parwan, which was absolutely beautiful, and the World Bank had funded an infrastructure project, and the village had chosen to use their local engineer to build a turbine and sort of electrify their village. Except there was the local engineer had made terrible calculations estimating how the stream should be directed towards the turbine. So consequently, half the village got electricity from midnight to 6 a.m. and the other half got electricity from 6 a.m. until noon. And what was supposed to be 24/7 electrification actually ended up being cut in half. Women had purchased washing machines thinking at least we'll be able to do our laundry and so on, but they were waking up at bizarre hours to be able to do their washing, and they complained bitterly. With the leftover money, the community had decided to build a community hall, and whereas the women actually wanted a maternity center because for delivery, because there was a lot of maternal mortality and infant mortality at birth, and there was a lot of trauma from that. But somehow they had not succeeded in getting their wish, and we shouldn't be surprised because, of course, it was Afghanistan. But of course, it was also that they had not even expressed their view. And when I asked why, quite naively, they said because men's wishes always prevail. I could never really return to this village in Parwan to follow up and to help the women. And that was because some women who were in the meeting with me had actually reported to the men about the conversation, about dissenting voices. The women who had dissented had been punished, and I had been told never to come back, and I didn't. So just to conclude, I feel through my experience, I feel that my career basically is, if you connect the dots, it seems not as fractured because there is policy that sort of connects the dots between polio, poverty, and the search for parity. But much more than that, I think what is very important, and what I realize more and more, is for the voices of those that we never hear to be heard, and for those to be represented in higher levels more and more. We do have representation in Panchayat Raj and so on, but what we really need is to be there in Parliament. Working on polio and poverty has also made me consider deeply about why we spend so little on improving healthcare. We all know how poorly budgeted it is, and why we also spend so little on strengthening social safety nets. Because if health was a fundamental right, there would be commensurate investment somewhere. We've talked a lot, and during my work on polio, I discovered that several countries have the right to health, and healthcare systems then get strengthened as a result. Citizens are very conscious of that. And basically, that means that with the right to health, sanitation gets fixed to a large extent. Immunization is provided. You don't hear of vaccine hesitancy in these communities. And in India, unfortunately, we sort of assume that it falls under the right to life, but I feel it needs to be out there so that there's more accountability. And so that's one of the things that I've thought of quite a lot, and probably want to put it out there for the center to sort of think through. I mean, is there something that we can do to actually make the lives more secure of the place of communities where we work? And the second thing, and this is probably more prompted by COVID and my experience of having lived in different countries, is the right to work, where I feel that that the livelihoods missions and employment guarantee schemes basically offer you employment, but I think the right to work would give more security to employment. And the fragility of people's employment, which was highlighted during the pandemic, where millions of workers around the world were furloughed. In developed countries, the state paid a percentage of their salaries to ensure that demand was kept high, savings didn't diminish and as rapidly, and the markets did not collapse. But in India, in sharp contrast, I found that we studied the employment numbers. In April 2020, it was 24%. Women were the first to lose their jobs because of overrepresentation
observations and then take a few questions. I think you can respond to questions which students or others may ask.
Sure. So that's it. I mean, I was just thinking that these are things that we could think of and probably solve the problems of the world much more effectively. So with that, I'll put it back to you.
Yes. It's been a wonderful presentation, Dr. Gitanjali, because these are the kind of experiences that are not often debated in webinars, of the kind that we have in academia. But your experiences are simply wonderful, very valuable, and I'm glad you've recorded it probably in your book. So maybe in the question round, you can take a few more questions. It's my duty now to give my comments and observations on the theme as briefly as I can, because I know students are waiting to ask questions. In most of my research works and the last 3 books that in my last 3 publications, I've talked about democracies, how democracies need to deliver development by increasing state capacities. This has been an overriding concern and a central question in most of my books. There are other root causes, which I believe, for holding on to developmentalism as an ideology in the 21st century. This needs to be highlighted as a focal point in policy and development debates currently. Whether a hard state necessarily becomes an illiberal democracy is re-examined and should be re-examined in the context of developing democracies. So let me look at these broad questions and share some of my concerns with you, which I've done in my last 3 publications on democracy and policy making in India. Now, public policy is affected by two different worlds, the world of the normative and, of course, the world of the empirical, which is about the means or the tools of execution of policy. The normative can impact policy choices, and the empirical does impact all stages of the implementation process. The debate today about ends and means in public policy is a healthy debate which all democracies need to undergo. But this debate has to be context specific. The millennial generation is the next generation of policymakers. The discussion of values and philosophy of governance should be as important for them, that's debating the ends, as the empirical aspects of public policy, which of course is a critical element for the success or failure of any policy. So if public policy is all about what governments ought to or ought not to do, then the policy debate that lies ahead in democracies will be as much shaped by a value vision as by the sheer pragmatism that emerges from a desire to pledge to a shared goal of the continued preservation of our rights and opportunities as equal citizens. When this vision is lost, it can lead to the kind of constitutional crises or democratic deficits that are being witnessed in various parts of the developing world. In fact, the complex regulatory role of modern institutions in a globalized democracy, its vast ambitions in terms of social engineering today, or the economic responsibilities of a democratic state to legitimize, for electoral compulsions, places a democratic state constantly on the verge of delicate compromises and balances. In India, for example, our public discussion, our politics, even our sense of self and identity constantly engage with issues of public policy. We may be aware sometimes, we may not be, but that's the case. Yet, the processes by which policies are made, the complex distributional issues that go into the making of sustainable policy, the ways in which today information is an input, is incorporated in the process, and in equal terms limited by vested interests, remain still very fuzzy and unclear to most citizens. In recent years, there has been a growing demand, no doubt, to unfold the domains of public policy to citizens and openly debate them. So therefore, public policy analysis should raise pertinent questions. The first question is, what are the knowledge maps of policymakers? Whether it's with several actors, in the governmental, non-governmental, and civil society domains. We need to know what are their knowledge maps when they are making policies, and what are the intended and unintended consequences of a particular policy needs to be debated and discussed. There could be structural choices, for example, is deeper economic integration into the global economy good or bad for a particular country? Is public versus private provision in health or education likely to lead to better impacts? It also applies to smaller regulatory changes which need to be debated on a day-to-day basis, perhaps. So therefore, how do we acquire our knowledge and beliefs in these matters? How does an average citizen acquire knowledge? So public policy making in democracies can be incremental and mid-course corrections are possible. Look at the repeal of the new farm. That's a case in point. So public policy making in democracy can be self-corrected. Now, whether a public policy is accepted if it matches the status quo, or some kind of resistance is expected if opposite is the case, then what kind of assumptions do we make about state capacity in policy formulation is very important. What is the role of institutional design in facilitating or jeopardizing policy? This also is very, very important. So the broader international context that makes a policy outcome more or less likely, and also the national context in which the policy will be played out, needs to be looked into in policy studies today. Besides that, the rise of the South is one of the concurrent narratives parallel to the grand narrative of globalization, which will dominate world politics and economies in the 21st century. So in the 20th century, if global politics was viewed largely from a North-centric perspective, new developments today in the discipline and practice of public policy and in the subdiscipline of policy studies will be, to my mind, be largely influenced by the rise of the South in the 21st century. Inputs from the South in governance practices will influence the theory of policy studies in the 21st century. In fact, the developed South introduced development through proactive state intervention in key sectors of the economy, in human development, and state-sponsored innovations and interventions is a model that the South introduced. So developmentalist states are unlikely to wither away anywhere in the South, to my mind, as the concept of good governance has come to be debated more and more with the unfolding of MDGs and SDGs, which are today considered as the minimum agenda of good governance. So governing development is an ongoing endeavor in every country of the world, whether developed or developing. So you need to administer development plans, models, strategies, so that they successfully deliver their goals, which could be just public goods and services to targeted populations. So implementing all of these, the state market divide will have to be clearly demarcated by political mandates in all countries today in this age of governance, public governance, not governments. So we have to explore the tasks and mandates of public governance in the 21st century while keeping in mind the mandates in the developing world. So what I'm suggesting is that in the post-COVID-19 era, all democracies need to renegotiate the relationship between state, society, and the rights of the citizen in the 21st century. All three generations of human rights envisaged in the Universal Declaration need to be guaranteed to citizens, and that's been well accepted in all democracies. So national resources should be used to revamp public service delivery systems to fulfill citizen needs and entitlements through the rights-based approach with a sense of fairness and justice. I say this because I do believe with a great deal of conviction that the difference between the magnetic idea of real equality, however utopian that may be, and day-to-day perceived inequalities and injustices in any country context is the greatest cause of democratic deficits. In all democracies, this is the case, whether old or new, and India will be no exception to this rule. So therefore, with these words, I think I conclude my observations on the theme, and now I'll make the floor open for a question, a brief, we still have 10-15 minutes maybe for a question answer round, wherein the audience here may ask any question to the two major panelists. And in case they wish to ask me a question, I'm completely open to the idea based on what I've spoken right now, because I did give my comments and observations on the theme as well. So I'm open to debate and questions as much as the two panelists. So please, students and teachers, professors, whoever is in the audience, you may please ask any question, but please do tell us whom the question is directed to, and the panelist will answer your query or question. So
Professor
yes,
Basu, can I ask a question?
please do introduce yourself and ask the question.
Yeah, my name is Sudhir. My question is to Professor Rahul Mukherjee.
Yes.
In fact, I mean, after you, I'm the one who is teaching international relations and methods, both the courses. So when you were talking about it, I was just thinking about the journey. So a quick question.
Professor Mukherjee, you can hear what he's saying?
I think
good. Go ahead.
Now I can hear. Everything is fine. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Please go ahead.
Unfortunately, I couldn't meet you when you were here. So my quick question is that since you have worked with CPR and later on you joined CPS, So you have been engaging with the field of policy studies as well as political science. And if we look at the political science syllabi and teaching learning, I think still there is a gap between teaching political science and dealing with the policy within the discipline of political science. So the politics of policy is still not the part of the teaching learning exercise in India. So I would like you to comment on that aspect through your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I completely agree with you. And as I said that because of having spent a fair amount of time in the policy world, I had a different kind of an ability to connect the two. Because as I said to you that, I felt lost for almost 3 years because I was not getting a teaching job. But on the other hand, I rediscovered myself because, if I hadn't soiled my hands, I would be far more living in the ivory tower than I probably do. But the thing is that these are things that can be bridged, and there is, you can call it policy studies, but a lot of what you call policy studies can be understood within the context of international relations and comparative politics. In fact, if you look at the way the Americans have done it, there is a certain kind of work that they do, which is not called public administration, which is called comparative politics or international relations, where they can engage through paradigms like historical institutionalism and things like that with the understanding of policy processes. And then, of course, even in Britain and in the United States, there is a discipline called public administration or policy studies, which connects with comparative politics and international relations, but tends to leave the politics out to a greater extent in the understanding of policy processes. And I think it's not just a problem that you witness. I think these two worlds, even in the academic world, kind of run parallelly. So a lot of the people who are like writing in journals like Policy Sciences and whatever, public administration, are not citing, let's say, comparative politics or world politics or Asian survey. So these worlds are running parallelly, but as a creative person, you could engage both the worlds because you have a ringside view of what's happening in India, right? You have enormous capacity to engage with. For example, yesterday, this last Monday, we had a lecture by Ambassador Shamsaran in my research colloquium, where he argued very, very strongly that India needs to be far more proactive in terms of regional economic integration, because that's the only way in which India can actually deal with China. Not by being able to produce ports and airports faster than the Chinese can, but by actually proactively helping transit happen, by proactively enabling Bangladeshi textiles to enter the Indian market, by proactively seeing that regional economic integration, which will certainly not harm India, can take place. Now, you see, I was surprised because this is a former foreign secretary. He has been somewhat critical of the government. If you read the report, non-alignment 2. Whatever the latest one, beyond non-alignment 2.0, you find that Sunil Khilnani, Shamsaran, and others are saying that India's democracy is very important and India's institutions are very important. So they're not even talking about non-alignment anymore. They're saying that in order for India to remain an integral part of the world with a certain kind of identity, it cannot succeed without its own institutions, which are increasingly getting eroded. I must not brag. I have not done a lot of research, but I have written a couple of very hard-hitting pieces. One was published in the Journal of Democracy. There was one in Wire, I think, yesterday. There are 2-3 other pieces that haven't yet been published, but I will get a lot of enemies when they see the light of day. But you have to engage. So I'm really impressed that you find this to be a problem. This is actually a real problem. And the temptation should not be to just think in terms of description. I think you must bring in that scholarly element where you are looking at phenomena that are very important and trying to go behind those phenomena and their causes. I think that's very important. So a lot of policy scholars are living in a descriptive world, and this is happening in a lot of institutes as well. So you're just describing a lot of things. But from the perch that you have in JNU with your tenure and all the advantages that you have, I think you should be able to go behind these phenomena. And that this is really the difference between you and the policymaker. You see, the policymaker doesn't have the time to go behind the phenomena. But you can become an astute observer and then engage with the literature to find why do people think that these phenomena happen. And then you will almost certainly come with an answer, because India always provides an answer which tends to be different from the rest of the world. And that could be very fruitful for students as well as for your own career. So
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. I'll have to intervene. If there are questions still, maybe we can take two more, and I'm afraid I'll have to wind up the session after that. So if there's anything directed to Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi, please, would you? Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you both of the presenter and former CPS associates. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. My question is to Gitanjali ji. As you highlighted the role of international agencies in developmental discourse, as an insider, the role of international agencies in developmental practices and discourse, it is observed that how these agencies are largely dominated by the global north, and by the intervention and the kind of policy making they are involved in is also kind of depoliticizing the development discourse itself, as John Harris argues. And it is also to sort of enjoyization of the development discourse itself. So I was wondering in this context that how do you see the very role of the developmental international agencies and you, like your role as a academician, trained academician, and practitioners at the same times. So I would be grateful to your observations and your comments as an insider and from the academics and the practitioners.
Yes, Dr. Chaturvedi. Would you please
So thank you for that question, because it's an excellent question, and unfortunately it's not something that has a very short answer or crisp answer, so we can perhaps continue the conversation later. But you're absolutely right in that my personal experience has been that the voices that are reflected through the work that we do in these international development agencies are those of the global north. You're absolutely right. I mean, just to again circle back to what Professor Mukherjee said, I mean, it is very important for India and for the global south to find that voice. Unfortunately, what we seem to be doing to ourselves is actually destroying the vehicles that we had actually set up for ourselves. The non-alignment movement being one of them, the SARC being the second. And unfortunately, I think for us, what holds us back is our engaging conflict with our very own neighbors. And I think, and it's very good to hear Dr. Saran talk about, about engaging more. But I think when he was foreign secretary, he certainly couldn't because he was in office. And a lot of these very creative, engaging ideas come out after people leave office, when they actually can't influence very much. But having said that, I think what is important is a rights-based approach, because at the end of it, if you are sort of professing to be a democracy and you enshrine rights that you're actually giving to your people, then you can use the development agencies more effectively to leverage both finance, to leverage even influence, and to increase and improve your stature among the governments. I also have to say, to Professor Basu's point, the global discourse has actually shifted so much to actually just focusing on China. So that's the other obsession that we see in the global north, that is actually taking away the attention, and also India's position that we had already said and secured and said, okay, we are a leader in South Asia, we are an emerging leader, but I think the China discourse is something we cannot shy away from. And the models that are being presented by China, because they are of course very rich and quite a power, cannot be ignored. So we have to take that in our stride as well, and actually put up a counter narrative as well, in addition to what we have to do to regain that stature.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gitanjali. I think we'll have to wind up this session right now, because it's 3 o'clock already and the next session has to begin. So with Dr. Kumar's permission, let me, I think there's no more time, Dr. Kumar. I'd better wind up this session for you, because you did say that we should maintain the time. And let me conclude by saying that we've had 2 wonderful speakers. Professor Mukherjee had so much to say about his experiences in JNU. Since this is a commemorative CPS webinar, it was wonderful hearing about your journey in JNU as a student, as a teacher, and the experiences speak a lot for the institution of for the Center for Political Studies, and what it gave to its teachers as well as its students. That's worth commemorating today. And I'm glad that speaker after speaker in both these sessions had wonderful things, not only wonderful things to say, but very thought-provoking things to say about what JNU does to you, the cumulative experience of being in JNU. If you'd be fortunate if you had been a student, but if you'd been a teacher as well, you have the double perspective, and that really enriches you as a human being, as a thinking human being in whichever profession you may be in. I'm glad there was Professor Mukherjee speaking about his experiences as a student and teacher, and we had Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi's very enriching experiences in the international development sector, and her very thought-provoking observations on how the international development sector operates. What are its priorities, and especially all that she had to say about the gender gaps and the gender parity discourse as it has evolved globally was extremely interesting and thought-provoking. So thank you, Dr. Gitanjali. I'm sure you will keep enriching us at different fora, and also writing about them in your forthcoming books. So we really get the other perspective, not just the academic one, as a practitioner, as a policy implementer, as a social entrepreneur. We need to know, how in this age of public governance, when we are talking of networked governance and the policy inputs coming from all kinds of sectors, how has governance changed is something that needs to be recorded and talked about in different fora. So thank you so much. I thank both the panelists. And of course, I thank Professor Narendra Kumar and his entire team for having thought of this very evocative, very heartwarming, and very interesting commemorative webinar, where it's like you had CPS stalwarts speaking about their experiences, and though I wouldn't consider myself an outsider, I had been a student of JNU as well, to be chairing a session in which there was so much that I heard and which I completely shared with. This was really a heartwarming experience for me to chair this session on policy and development. Thank you so much, and I thank the panelists and the audience here for being with us here in this session today. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, and thank you. I thank your entire team.
We'll have a formal vote of thanks by our student Ashik Ali. Before that, let me say that thank you very much, everyone. Actually, this was a session wherein, in fact, we thought of that we'll be having obviously the teacher Then second teacher we have Professor Rahul Mukherjee, and then Gitanjali is someone who is a practitioner. And that's why this session actually was supposed to be not purely of academicians, but also somebody who is in the policy intervention, I think, area. So that's why I think it is wonderful to have both the opinions, both the sharings of this particular, that is policy and development. Uh, Before that, we have the next session at 3:30, though we could have actually, because we planned it like normally we plan it like the physical way. So half an hour for tea. So please have your tea, and now we'll listen to Ashik Ali, and then we'll have the next session at 3:30. Please join us there also. Yeah, Ashik, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the Center for Political Studies, I would like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the honorable guests for their active participation and finding time out of their busy schedules. We mention our deep sense of appreciation and gratitude for Dr. Tukmi Basu for chairing this session. We sincerely thank Professor Rahul Mukherjee and Dr. Gitanjali Chaturvedi for this fantastic session, for sharing for sharing their enriching experience with CPS, sharing their research and professional journey, and leading an insightful discussion. We also thank Professor Sudhir Kumar Sudhir for introducing the panel on public policy and development. We thank our chairperson, Professor Narendra Kumar, the former and current faculty members, alumni, research scholars, and all the students and volunteers for organizing this wonderful commemoration of CPS. Thanks, Nitish, for writing the report on this session. Thank you all once again for being with us, and stay tuned for the upcoming session on Indian politics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Kumar, and your entire team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pleasure.
Thank you. It has been a
Thank you.
pleasure. Unfortunately, at 3:30, I have to teach a class, which is really unfortunate because two of my very dear colleagues, whom I have seen on the screen, I will not be able to. But I hope you will record this on YouTube so that we can, because I literally have a class, as you know, Narendraji. So I
Yeah,
can't. But
I'll be there for your next session, Narendraji. Professor Kumar,
Yeah.
I'll be joining in.
So thank you.
I'll be happy to listen and happy to join.
Sure, sure.
Next session as
Yeah.
well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shohini, how nice to see you.
Hi, Sudha.
This is Rinku.
Oh, I have seen Sudha in front of me, so I thought it's you.
Hello, Professor Pai. Hello, Professor Pai.
Where are you,
Professor
Rinku?
Hassan. I am in Delhi, in JNU.
Here you are. I see
Yeah.
a R.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Professor Hassan, Professor Pai, Professor Palshekhar, Professor Peter D'Souza. Hi, Sohini. I don't think you know me so well, but I'm Papia.
Hi, hi.
Hello. We just wait for another 3 minutes and then we'll start the session.
I said it's great going, isn't it? It's been a wonderful morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. Very good. Super.
You know, these days with, these online, the first two things we ask our students, can you hear us? Am I audible? Can you see me? Things which we have never
Do they
thought.
respond? Because most of the times they are absconding themselves.
Yeah, they log in and then you call
That's
them
right.
and they're like, but I have been a very insistent teacher, I think, at least in my optional course. Means I keep on telling my students, I'm not going to start. At least I want to see some faces. I don't want to speak on a blank screen. So, at times, yeah, they do. They know that, they share it. Who's going to switch on the camera?
Yeah, there's some echo when you speak. So just see that. There's some echo.
That's because there are many other, who have the audio on, I guess.
Yeah, I guess when we start, you need to tell everyone to switch off their or mics, except the speaker.
Narendra, sorry, Professor Kumar, yeah, can I start? Or do I wait for another 5 minutes?
No, it's okay. Papia, once you are saying something, let it go like that only. No Professor Kumar or something.
I mean, because that's the schematic. So always, like Narendra, which comes first. So yeah, I can, do you want me to start right now or should we wait another 5 minutes?
If you like, we can wait, let's say 1 more minute, maybe people are joining, just started joining again.
Sure.
Yeah. Palsikar sir, actually, Papia called me up saying that you are not seen. So then I had to call you.
No, at that moment I was joining.
Yeah, that's true.
I can see we have a large audience already.
Not really.
Yeah, as compared with the morning audience, And actually, the way people registered, you won't believe that in the last 3 days, 800 people have registered.
But then where are they?
I don't know. This is what the technology is. Technology becomes not decisive as well. It deceives as well sometimes. Because if you remember, in between, I had to send a message to all the speakers and the chairs that you please accept the invitation wherein yes is there. Without that, it becomes difficult. If suppose 500 people had joined, and those who are the speakers, or even me, if I have not said yes in that invitation mail, then I can't join. That's how it is. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's how it is. Anyway.
Why so? Why can't you join?
Ma'am, because there are already, actually the house is already full.
What, it was full. But
Yeah.
I thought there was no limit in a Google Meet.
No, there is a limit. Even this we purchased.
Okay.
This we purchased, and it has a limit of 500 only.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I think, Dr. Sen Gupta, we can start now. Yes, please.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It gives me immense pleasure, to introduce the panel today. But very firstly, good afternoon and welcome from, the side of the Center for Political Studies. And I feel so not only privileged, but I think I feel so honored, to introduce the panel and to be a part of CPS as a student and, presently as a faculty. So this panel is on Indian politics. This is the first panel on Indian politics. We are going to have 2 panels. The chair the panel is going to be chaired by Professor Suhas Palshekhar, who is at present the chief editor of the journal, the SAGE journal, which comes out from CSDS, the Center for Study of Developing Societies, Studies in Indian Politics. He has had a very long innings with Pune University, Savitribai Pune University, till 2016. He was a professor there. He has also been a chief advisor in political science for NCRT, not at the present, but yes, before 2014. His work on political processes, elections, surveys, democracy, and also Maharashtra politics are very, very well known. He has been associated with Lokniti and CSDS in various positions. Some of his work, I'm just reading, apologies, I'm not going to read. It's a very huge list for all the speakers today. So I'm just going to read a few of them. The political culture of New India, some contradictions, which is a very recent work. Also electoral politics in India, the resurgence of Bharatiya Janata Party. I think, it is very, very honorable that, I have 2 teachers on this panel, both of whom I have had the privilege of being taught, Professor Zoya Hassan and Professor Sudha Pai. Professor Hassan, was not only a faculty and a chairperson at the center, she also was a dean at her, during her time in the School of Social Sciences. She has also been a founding chairperson for the Center for Women's Studies and the Center for Discrimination in Jawaharlal Nehru University. Her main works include politics of inclusion, caste, minority and affirmative action, agitation to legislation, and her very recent work, which I went through, was Growing Crisis of Congress Party. So welcome, Professor Hassan. Professor Sudha Pai, again, another of my teachers. And I think I'm very proud, that I have been a student of both of you teachers. She has been a faculty and a chairperson at the Center for Political Studies, as well as rector of Jawaharlal Nehru University. We all know, Professor Pai's work on Dalit politics, state politics in India. I think that was something which was introduced in Jawaharlal Nehru University by Professor Pai. Her very famous work includes Dalit Assertion and the Unfinished Democratic Revolution regarding BSP in Uttar Pradesh. And some of her recent work includes constitutional democratic institutions in India, and her also forthcoming work on representations in India. Professor Peter D'Souza, I guess you have been a student at Center for Political Studies. I'm sorry, but I don't remember the years. So, you will have to tell the years you were a student in CPS. But I remember Professor D'Souza as the director for the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies. He has also been a co-director of Lok Niti and was associated with the program of comparative democracy in the Center for Study of Developing Societies. Professor D'Souza has been long associated as a professor. He started the journey with Goa University. And some of his very primary work, apart from local governance, which he started with, at least we have read those works as students in JNU, are his well-known books, which are In the Hall of Mirrors, Reflections on Indian Democracy, Democratic Accommodation of Minorities in Contemporary India, and At Home with Democracy. So I'm not going to take enough time or more time than that. I'm very happy to welcome all of you. And with that, I hand over the proceedings to Professor Palshikar, who's going to chair the session. Thank you, all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Papia. It's been a pleasure and also an honor to be amongst all of you, particularly to commemorate the half century or golden jubilee of the center, which has been in the forefront of political science in the country. I'm also honored to have as panelists 3 colleagues whose work in a sense intersects not only this session but other sessions, like Professor Zoya Hassan has had a brush with public policy, whereas Professor Sudha Pai has been working also on institutions, and Professor Peter D'Souza on political thought in India, among other things. So obviously we have a panel which will enrich us not only just about the narrow bounds of what has happened to the study of Indian politics, but how it in a sense relates to the larger gamut of political issues that we face today. I will reserve my overall remarks about the study of Indian politics, its foundations, frontiers, challenges that we face today, what can be the agenda of that study, etc., if time permits at the end. But the honors necessarily go to our panelists, and therefore without much ado, I would request one by one our panelists to make their presentations, give their reflections not only on what they have done at CPS and otherwise, but also on the larger questions that in a sense obsess us all, those who are concerned with democratic politics in India. And therefore, in the order in which they have listed in the invitation, I would request first Professor Zoya Hassan, then Professor Sudha Pai, and finally Professor Peter D'Souza. I would request them to generally try to confine themselves to around 20 minutes so that we have enough time for questions and answers from the audience. As I can see, we have at least more than 100 in the audience right now, and I am sure your thought-provoking presentations would invite many questions as well as comments. So, Professor Zoya Hassan.
Thank you very much, Professor Palshikar, and thank you to the Center for this opportunity to speak at this very important event. Now, celebrating 50 years, the golden jubilee of an institution, is a great occasion. So congratulations to the Center, its faculty and students, past and present, for the completion of 50 years and for their contribution to making this one of the most important institutions for teaching and research in the country. It was an absolute privilege to have been a faculty member of the Center for 4 decades. JNU is clearly the best thing that happened to me, as indeed I expect to many others. I couldn't have asked for a better job. It's been a splendid and fruitful journey, a very productive journey. And so it's wonderful to be speaking at this seminar commemorating the Golden Jubilee of the Center for Political Studies. Now, the center has made a major contribution to the study of politics, institutions, and ideas in India. Many of the brilliant students, some of whom are present, that we have produced are teaching in several universities and making significant contributions to modern thinking in these institutions. As was noted this morning, JNU students stand out everywhere because of their progressive attitudes and because of their commitment to justice wherever they are, because they have imbibed this from this great institution. The important reason for this is the structure of our academic program and the freedom and flexibility and the opportunity for academic development it provides. The egalitarian and democratic ethos of JNU fostered a spirit of critical thinking, questioning, and dissent. This promoted intellectual autonomy and critical inquiry in the classroom and outside. This is what accounts, in my view, for the significance of JNU, the School of Social Sciences, and CPS, which was embedded in this atmosphere. Some of the important intellectual and political debates happened in JNU or were started in JNU because of the intellectual freedom it offered, which is central to JNU's contribution to academic progress in India. We must continue to uphold this tradition of critical thinking, and more so now than ever before. Most universities in India, given the huge size of their student body, are dominated by teaching. JNU, from its inception, was uniquely placed to do both teaching and research, and most importantly, within an interdisciplinary framework. Periodic course structure reviews in the center reflect changes in the priority areas and research of CPS. Clearly, the concerns of the center have changed significantly, and some of my colleagues in the morning commented on that. So the concerns of the center have changed significantly in response to transformations in Indian society and politics, as also in the structure of the discipline. We have in CPS kept pace with the changing contours of political science in the country and also internationally. Now, apart from the interdisciplinary approach, CPS adopted approaches to teaching and research which were suitable to our concerns and to our society. Much of our research has looked at critical developments and the ways in which long-standing structures of society and the working of democracy have reconfigured Indian society and politics. The dominant approaches in political science, as also in CPS, have, of course, as was noted by Gurpreet this morning, tended to accept the role of the developmental state. And we do so now, even now, despite the huge changes in the configuration of social and political forces and that of the state, which has changed so fundamentally. Indeed, if a state-centric focus has dominated comparative development studies and Indian politics studies, there's also been an avalanche of work after the cultural turn in humanities, history, and social sciences, described as a communitarian approach to understanding politics in India and in the non-West. But in CPS, significantly, we were principally concerned with social transformations and political change. And understanding these processes has been an important contribution of the work done in our center by the faculty and students. Continuing with these concerns with transformation and change, my principal focus in this brief presentation is on the changes taking place in Indian politics, state, and democracy. I believe the rise to power of a right-wing party in 2014 is the most important political development since independence. Despite its poor track record, the present government was voted back to power in 2019 on the basis of a national security platform. Now, this raises very important questions about the underlying nature of our democracy and how and why what happens between elections or does not happen between elections, if I may say so, can be so quickly sidelined at the time of elections. This must be at the center of our academic concern and attention. To understand this, we need to look at the actual character of the regime, and in this case, the present regime. State and party are not abstract entities as we often tend to treat them in political science. They are embedded in ideology and politics, which is responsible for differences between regimes. The present regime has, of course, not come out of nowhere, but it has changed the game like no other before it. The genealogy of past is important to understand, yet there is something very distinctive about this period, the post-2014 period, which we must explore and understand. The debate on ruptures and continuities and discontinuities between the present dispensation and previous regimes is an important and could be a very fruitful area of academic inquiry. But the point is that the conceptual vocabulary to understand Indian politics has broken down after the rise to power of the right. The present ruling party, the BJP, is not like any other right-wing party. It is certainly not like the Tories in Britain or even the Republican Party in the United States or right-wing politicians and parties in Central and Eastern Europe because of its links to the larger right-wing social movement it is a part. There is really no analog for this particular structure of relationship among the right-wing parties or with the right-wing parties in other parts of the world. Here it is important to remember that the objective of the Hindu right is not merely to win elections and form governments, but to transform Indian society in all domains of culture, religion, and civilization, a project it has assiduously pursued for the last 90 years. Acquisition of political power is seen as a means towards that end. So the crucial question today concerns the future of Indian democracy in the context of major transformations underway. That is the central question of our time, which we must focus on. As we approach the 75th anniversary of our independence, the dissonance between electoral success and institutional erosion and the depletion of freedoms is quite apparent. It is in our face, so to speak. The institutions that undergird our democracy are, of course, formally intact. But underneath this, there are tectonic shifts which go beyond changes in the party system and the alternation of parties that we are familiar with for the past nearly 40 years now. But there are several shifts which mark a sharp rupture from previous regimes that I believe we must concern ourselves with. The working of Indian democracy has changed in at least three significant ways. The muzzling of dissent in the name of nationalism, silencing of the opposition in the name of the popular mandate, and undermining institutions in order to establish tight control to push narrow political agendas. The larger intention is to create a political state where there is preferably no opposition, either at the electoral and legislative level or at the ideological level in terms of alternative views and ideas. Now, against this background, I believe there are two major challenges that we confront. One of the major contemporary challenges comes from majoritarianism that seeks to reconfigure the Indian nation as one that belongs exclusively to the Hindu majority. The majoritarian narrative has found official expression in new laws and policies, which are advancing the process of the redefinition of the state and nation in opposition to the secular definition enshrined in our brilliant constitution. At the center of this agenda are questions of national identity, reworking policies with regard to education and culture, and a conflation of majoritarianism and democracy, which we should be thinking about because these are profound changes that are happening. This is the project of alignment of religiosity and ethnic identity to promote the consolidation of Hinduism as a political entity in order to create a permanent majority. More substantively, there is an attempt to define Indian citizenship, and this is perhaps one of the most far-reaching things that have been done. So more substantively, there is an attempt to redefine Indian citizenship based on religion and not civic equality that respects diversity and pluralism, and in the process transform the very meaning of secularism and democracy. Apart from majoritarianism, the second important issue is the marked shift towards authoritarianism. And this too, I would argue, must occupy our attention in the center. The relationship between democracy and authoritarianism is under-examined, except in regard to Indira Gandhi's emergency, but not with regard to the present dispensation, which is seriously authoritarian. Centralization, as we are all witnessing, has grown immensely in the past 7 years, now 7.5 years. The common thread running through this process is authoritarian control of constitutional and regulatory institutions and an overall erosion of the rule of law and non-partisan application of norms and laws. The drive for top-down control has targeted all public institutions that are intended to serve as checks and balances on the unmitigated exercise of executive power, not the least the investigative and coercive agencies, whilst tightening political control over them. There are several institutions whose autonomy is in question, most notably the judiciary, although the Supreme Court is functioning quite differently. And happily, one notes that under the present Chief Justice of India. But overall, I think if we were to take a slightly longer view, the judiciary's independence has been compromised. The checks and balances of constitutional government have been disturbed, even weakened. And besides this, of course, as I mentioned earlier, the freedom of expression has been curtailed, democratic deliberation has been bypassed, and major institutions are not functioning autonomously. And of course, the government has very little patience with popular protests. And I think nothing demonstrates this more than the functioning of Parliament. And what I find so striking is that though the government eventually conceded to the demand of the farmers' movement to repeal the 3 controversial laws in Parliament, but they were repealed without discussion, just as they had been introduced without discussion. There can be no greater commentary on bypassing public deliberation or sort of public discussion in the most important forum for that, which is the Parliament. So we have to make sense of these momentous changes in India's political trajectory, which has given a push to both majoritarianism and authoritarianism. The tectonic shifts that I have mentioned briefly have been advanced by the intersection of majoritarianism and authoritarianism, which is underway presently. Authoritarianism is both the means and the end. And this creates the required political outcomes through a blend of these two processes. These two processes, though separate and distinct and not entirely new to our polity, nonetheless, they are currently is their intersection and the fact that they feed on each other to abate, or if you will, dilute democratic politics. Now, both these elements have been there. It is the conjunction of these two elements that has changed political dynamics and raises the danger of India becoming a majoritarian state with scant regard for rights, freedom, and justice. However, the last few months have shown cracks in the facade of authoritarian rule, which is caught between the conflicting poles of India's famous diversity and equally famous discontent, which is there in plenty. So the biggest challenge that the present dispensation faces is imposing an authoritarian regime on a society of India's size with its great diversity and plethora of identities that are sometimes more significant than Hindu identity. Even though the authoritarian regime restricts the scope for mass action, as we have seen, by splitting people into atomized elements or through the pursuit of divisive politics, and preventing through the control it exercises over the media, which is perhaps one of the biggest things in their favor, so to speak, popular protests are still on the rise, even as the government is actively looking to contain the rise in civil resistance, at times, strong arm tactics, and increasingly using national security to curb demonstrations and arrest activists, human rights activists, and journalists. Now, citizenship protests in 2019-20 and farmers' movement are particularly important and are particularly important, and I hope CPS will continue to study will study these movements, because public protests, social movements, and political mobilization has been a striking concern of the center, and so many of our students and faculty have done excellent work in this area, and I do hope that CPS will continue to work on public protests, especially as this is an important moment of public protest globally and in India as well. I think the sheer length of the direct action by the farmers' movements, lasting more than a year, shows that while our leaders may have power, their sway does not extend over everyone. Even if public protests do not have an immediate electoral impact, they do open the door for the gradual erosion of authoritarianism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zoya. May I now request Professor Sudha Pai.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Ma'am, we can't hear you.
Not audible.
Not audible, Professor Sudha Pai.
Sudha, you're not audible. You have to unmute. Oh.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible now.
The power had fluctuated a little bit. Sorry. Well, I'm very happy that the Center for Political Studies is celebrating 50 years of its existence as an academic institution. And I'm very grateful to be here and for a chance to be part of it. The CPS has been a leading institution, well known for its teaching and research on Indian politics and, of course, other areas as well. And in its journey of 50 years, it has charted out, I think, a very distinct course and contributed to the discipline of political science by opening up newer and newer areas of Indian politics. The center at its inception focused on the nature of the Indian state, like the concept note said, how there was historical formation on the Indian subcontinent, which was different from that of Europe, post-colonial democracy that was emerging, the new institutions that were established. But from there, research and teaching interests have widened to include areas which are reflected in research by the faculty and the students who made very seminal contributions. Civil society, institutions, social movements, equality, non-discrimination, public policy, development, etc. Professor Hassan laid out very well some of the challenges in Indian politics that CPS should address and has been addressing over the years. What I would like to do today is to share with you some of my academic life experiences, the time I spent at CPS where I learned a great deal, and which helped me a lot in my teaching and research. I think looking back, my academic journey has been an attempt to analyze and understand India through the lens of a political scientist. As Rajiv said in the morning, we need to look at the past, where we are coming from, what has been the trajectory, how have we moved forward. Only then can we then think of what is happening at the present. At least that's the way I have looked at it. When JNU was set up in the late 60s, early 1970s, I think it was a time of great ferment. We witnessed many movements, women's movement, backward caste movements, peasant movements, and finally, of course, there was the emergency. And particularly the emergency impacted a great deal of JNU. And JNU had, from the beginning, a very distinct left orientation, which today perhaps is not so true, with many different kinds of ideas jostling for place on the campus. More important, I think JNU from the beginning has had a very distinct anti-colonial bent, an attempt to understand India after independence. And the aim has been to create an Indian university devoted to understanding the developing world, different from that of, different from, but with the same high standards associated with the best worldwide. Some features of the university, Zoya mentioned many of them, I won't go into details, have shaped my perspectives and that, I think, of CPS in teaching and research. I think one of the most important has been the symbiotic relationship between teaching and research. JNU and all centers in the School of Social Sciences and probably elsewhere allow you to float optional papers, give you time for research. Your research is then reflected in these optional papers. And that's further then reflected in the research done by your students. And I have learned a great deal by some of the excellent PhD students I've had over the years. So there is a certain kind of teaching and research atmosphere that exists in these centers, which has really been the strength, I would say, of CPS as such. Of course, there will be other aspects of multidisciplinarity, of listening to people across the centers. I remember listening to Professor Bhalla, Professor Romila Thapar across centers, so many great people and ideas being shaped by them. Now, coming to, as I said, my academic journey. In the morning, Gurpreet mentioned that CPS, at least from the outside, came to be known as a center for political theory. It is very important. I would agree with her. That was one perception. But when I joined the center in 1980s, you know, I would like to say that there were many conceptions or conceptualizations of political science within the center. There have been many, many strands within the center. Indian politics is also one of them, though perhaps one of the most important. And it is the weaving together of these strands that has given CPS its strength as such. When I joined the center in 1980, despite my PhD on Indian politics, I was asked to teach comparative politics, particularly the developing world, an area that at that time was neglected by most institutions in India, most colleges and so on. After some time, it made me realize that understanding India through the wider perspective of the developing world was extremely important. The center, and particularly some colleagues, encouraged me to also offer an optional paper called Politics in Third World Societies in the late 1980s. And in this course, critical of theories of modernization and development, the prism through which developing societies were, at least in the early 80s and subsequently for some time, being analyzed. In this course, we argued that the trajectory of the post-colonial developing world was different. And theories of development, underdevelopment, A.G. Frank were avidly read. And even the idea of unilinear development, that the developing world was going to become a mirror image of Europe, was criticized. You know, the idea that, and one of the students of mine said this to me, I remember, that if you are standing in a country on the periphery or the margins of the world, your view of the world is different. Was a very exciting idea. Equally important, the paper covered Asia, the study of Asian, African, Latin American countries. And what I discovered, and so did many of my colleagues with whom I discussed this, was that many of the problems faced by non-Western societies were much closer and more similar to our own, rather than Western societies in which at least I had been very assiduously schooled when we were in our undergraduate, that is in our BA programs and so on. Theories of the state in Africa, in Latin America, the work of Franz Fanon, the work of many Latin American political scientists. Why some countries such as Brazil, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Bangladesh experience military rule, but India has not. Well, I think very interesting idea to think about. The point I'm making is that it is out of these debates with colleagues and students that arose my desire, and I think this is something which I share with colleagues, for understanding and theorizing on India, drawing on her own historical and contemporary perspectives. I think this is one of the hallmarks. To what extent we have succeeded is for others to judge. But I think this has been one of the aims of the center, and something that we have tried very hard to pass down to our students and to also try and show in our own research as such. Coming more broadly to Indian politics, in the 1980s, much of the academic teaching and research in Indian politics was in the Indian state and its journey in the post-independence period, the post-independence state, the role of the Congress party, politics of the Nehruvian state, land reform, state-led development, democracy, industrialization, etc. But I think it was gradually realized that the Indian states in our federal system had come to occupy a very seminal position at the national level. And this led to the opening up of, as Papia mentioned very early perhaps in our in the subdiscipline of state politics in India. It led to much greater multidisciplinarity, as there was a need to delve into the history of regions, how they gained an identity of their own, their sociological, economic character, what role they played in the national movement, and so on. And much research by the center faculty has been on various aspects of state politics, which has contributed to an understanding of the seminal changes taking place in the states and how this has impacted on national politics. As we have moved forward in the post-independence period, state politics has impacted to a great extent on national politics as such. And the states had greater autonomy with the rise of regional parties. They became, in fact, partners in central governance, and following liberalization, they attained greater financial freedom. There's the rise of new social and cultural identities that asserted themselves, and new party systems leading to fresh alignments in practically every national election lesson. Also, most importantly, the states had gradually developed over time an arena of their own region-specific characteristics, relatively autonomous from national politics. So I think a lot of this research has shown that both a regional and a national identity has developed side by side. Maybe it's less in some regions, more in some other regions, there are differences. But neither has effaced the other, nor has the continued presence of a regional identity led to balkanization as was predicted in the 1950s. And I think this was a substantial contribution by the center to the growing area of Indian politics. I think there were three aspects that interested me, shaped my research, and that of many colleagues in the center on state politics. One is the rise of regional identities and state reorganization. A lot of work has been done on the linguistic states, for example, Professor Asha Saragi's work. I've also looked at how, revisiting 1956, the work of Ambedkar on reorganization and so on. Secondly, you have democratization and regionalization of politics, which underlies the rise of regional parties, identity politics, social movements, electoral politics in the states. It's an area which I share with Professor Zoya Rasan and many others. Thirdly, there's a whole question of economic reform, which has shaped state politics also in recent years around issues of growth, equity, governance, much of which was opened up by the entry of Rahul Mukherjee into the center, and I learned a great deal from him. All of this led to the handbook that I brought out on the Indian states, to which many who are present here have also contributed as such. One regret I have is not having pursued comparisons across states, which would have taken more time. And I do hope colleagues will do that, because I think that is also a very, very important area that needs to be looked at. In the 1990s, the study of caste acquired a great deal of importance in social sciences. Of course, it was always there in the case of sociology. But in the 1990s, with the rise of Dalit assertion, the formation of Dalit parties, not only in UP, but in Tamil Nadu, we look at assertion in Andhra Pradesh and elsewhere in the country, we find that caste, which was studied earlier as a sociological category, now with the construction of Dalit identity, challenge to upper caste domination, etc., it entered the realm of politics, as identity politics drove both mass and electoral politics. Following the trajectory of this movement has been very interesting, and in this I have not been alone. It has been a part of a larger shift within the center, for which it has become very well known. Much research has been undertaken by faculty members on issues such as social justice, humiliation, group rights, minorities, identity politics, and so on. So this has been also another seminal contribution and an area of Indian politics to which the center has made a lot of contribution. I think a lot of this was possible because CPS is situated within the School of Social Sciences, and the interface between us and sociology, history, and so on. So all of these new areas which opened up also are because of the interaction and multidisciplinarity of the social sciences. Another area which has attracted many of the faculty members is the idea of globalization and economic reform in the 1990s, leading to re-evaluation and debate on earlier notions of socialism and state-led growth. Here again, I would say that it was Rahul Mukherjee who contributed to the opening up of this area. I remember having a lot of debate with him during the time he was here as to why did state-led development fail? When does infant industry grow up and learn to compete in the world economy? Did we take too long to open up and have we lost out? I think this has remained a constant endeavor in the center to understand neoliberalism and neoliberal policy in India, its economic impact, what has happened to the whole notion of welfare. This led the center to offer a new paper, Globalization, Public Policy and Development, which under Professor Mathur's encouragement I took up and taught for many, many years. And it gave a new dimension to our understanding of India. And I remember a large number of student theses ranging from telecom policy, foreign direct investment in multi-brand retail, public-private partnership, gaming, URM, and the changing nature of the state in India, etc. So, and many have also explored the cultural impact of globalization. The rise of a more consumerist society, the rise of a new middle class, the rise of the private sector, what it has meant for the state, and so on. So this remains an area of interest on which maybe more work should be done, and which is also shaping what is happening closer to our own times. In more recent years, two areas which have preoccupied the center have been communalism and the working of institutions in India. The former, that is communism, was sparked, of course, by the revival of the BJP, the communal riots in the 2000s in North India, particularly the Muzaffarnagar riots in UP in 2013. It's led to a wide whole range of research. For example, the study of minorities. Why are Muslims not gaining adequate representation today? Should there be descriptive representation where Muslims are concerned? The whole question of other minorities as well, and how they are being treated in the country today, and so on. Secondly, the rise of majoritarianism, its impact on Indian democracy, the rise of populism, what is the variant of populism in India, what kind of populism do we have? These are all areas that in which there has been interest. There's also the interest in the rise of an authoritarian state. What has it done to the bureaucracy and to the kind of government that we have today? So I think there has also been much written on the nature of communism in the 2000s, following the rise of right-wing hegemony. How is it different from communism in the immediate post-independence period, or even coming up to the 1990s? So these are areas. This is an area on which there has been a great deal of work and a lot of preoccupation with it, and this is something, of course, as I mentioned, which continues and many of us felt that we had worked on political processes and neglected the area of institutions, which also forms the bedrock of democracy, although there's a lot of teaching being done on it. It was Professor Mathur who mentioned this and pushed me to write a paper, working paper for law and governance on state legislatures. I regret after that I didn't do much work. I went back to political processes and to Dalit politics and so on. But it was a very interesting experience, and that is what also led me to teach that paper on globalization. But the desire to look at this area has grown in the center due to the decline of institutions, which has been very steep over the last few decades. Parliament, there has been work on the Election Commission, of course, in the center. But then the higher judiciary, the Reserve Bank of India, the higher bureaucracy, investigative agencies such as the CBI, which have gradually pawns over a long period of time in the hands of political parties and governments to control and abuse power. So the rise, I'm sure tomorrow Professor Arora will have more to say on institutions and federalism and so on. But this is an area that does need to be looked at much more closely. The Center did organize a seminar on the Indian Parliament, which we did publish in an edited volume, and many in the Center contributed to it. And recently I also tried to look at an edited volume which looks at some institutions. But I would say that this is an area that requires much more work as such. Coming to the contribution that some of the contributions that CPS has made. It has, of course, been, as I already said, in the forefront in teaching and research of social science, and particularly political science, Indian politics, and so on in the country. I remember in the 1990s, the UGC sending for a list of our compulsory and optional papers, and these were then made model syllabi for other universities across the country as such. But I think the most important contribution has been public speaking and writing in the media, newspaper articles. Many have been sharing their work on Indian politics in newspapers, articles, and public interactions, contributing to the growing image of CPS as a center of excellence in political science. Substantial number of areas have been covered in these articles, such as from elections, political parties, secularism, communalism, decline of institutions and so on. CPS students are found, as has already been said by many, as faculty members in almost all universities in India. And we have large number of them in the foreign service, in the IAS, and in NGOs, in police service, and so on. I remember at least twice when I went on field work, the district magistrate was a JNU person. And I had to tell him, please don't come with me, please don't send your people with me, nobody will answer questions. We looked after so well. So wherever you go, you do encounter people who are from JNU and they look back very fondly at this institution. As CPS moves ahead to greater heights, I would like to take also this occasion to dwell on some of the challenges faced by the faculty. I think there should be more collective research by the faculty which could lead to greater contribution in areas which are already covered and open up new areas, for example, environmental policy. I think making seminal contribution on whether old or new areas requires collective research. I've always believed that the life of the mind which we all share and the contributions we all make to the discipline of social science and to society is not a solitary journey, but it is the product of an entire generation of scholars working together. And like Rajiv said in the morning, I did myself as well. I wish I had spent more time interacting with my faculty colleagues and learned more from them. The one person I used to interact a great deal was, of course, CP Bhamji, and that I think is true for people across the center. But I think over the years, that sort of a tradition sort of has not really been, I don't know about today, not kept up. But I think that is one area that I wish at least I had invested a little more in. Secondly, I think CPS needs to have greater links with research organizations, universities across the country to deepen and take forward research into areas that touch the lives of people in our country. That is something which I have always felt, and I've said this earlier also. Thirdly, I think it's high time we started a journal. I remember discussing this idea with Valerian, and both of us were very enthusiastic about it. But ultimately, I went into the administration and, well, it never really took off. But I think the center consists of young and mature, excellent faculty who would collectively take up this step, which would be a lasting contribution to the discipline in the country. We have excellent PhD students who would be able to help us to do this. And it would be a very good form of interaction with colleagues across the country. So thank you very much. I'm glad I was part of this journey by the center over an extended period. I enjoyed being part of it, and I wish you all well on your onward journey. Thank you. I think Mr. Palshikar has stepped out for a minute. Maybe I took less time. I was told 15 minutes earlier, so I didn't take too much time, but
no, I think, ma'am, he left by chance. Sometimes there is technological issue. Yeah, that's how it is.
I think I have taken about 20 minutes.
Maybe, yeah. So,
should I wait for Suhas or should I begin?
Let's wait for half a minute or more. Let me call him up. I'll just call him up. And
it happened suddenly, I think.
Yeah, that's okay. I think he is not able to pick up your phone.
Should I begin?
Yeah, please. I think Professor Peter D'Souza, please, you can begin your presentation.
Yeah. First of all, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if I'm clear, let me
Hello.
begin. I'd like to begin by thanking Professor Nagendra and the department for inviting me to the celebrations. It's a great occasion for both reflection and recalibration. And I'm delighted to be here amongst old teachers, colleagues, friends, and the next generation of political science. Somebody asked me to sort of date myself. So I belong to the first decade. So all that you've heard since the morning, in a sense, talks about CPS over 50 years. I can only talk about CPS in the first decade, because that is the decade at which sort of I joined the department. Of course, I know what happened since, and I have kept in touch with the department. But my intense and engaged and passionate engagement with ideas and people was in the decade of the 70s. So what I'm going to say is basically respond. I'm not going to give biography, because my biography is available online. I've been administrator, I've been columnist, I've been political scientist, and I've been, I suppose, engaging in public issues. So I'm not going to go into those details. Nor am I going to talk about the various things I've done or engage with the trends of Indian politics. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to, in a sense, speak to three questions. What has CPS achieved? What more could it have achieved? And in that sense, what should it strive to achieve? Because I think the 50-year celebration, in a sense, requires an important and a valuable institution like CPS in JNU to continuously ask itself these three questions. What has it achieved? What more could it have achieved? And what should it strive to achieve? Now, to respond to these three questions, I will, if you permit me, first sort of take you through a slightly, a series of reminiscences. I came to JNU in the 70s, immediately at the tail end of the emergency, from a training in chemistry. So my first degree was in chemistry, and it was to the greatness of JNU that it allowed us in 1976 to move from a range of, my cohort who joined JNU in 76 came from chemistry, zoology, physics, botany, into the social sciences. Some of us joined political science. In fact, there were two of us from chemistry who joined political science. We came at the end of the emergency, and that's an important period. Aditya has already referred to it, but you must remember that the 70s and the end of the emergency was a period in Indian public life which in a sense echoed the turmoil that was taking place in the West at the end of the 60s, the student movement, the peace movement, the anti-system movement of the hippies, etc. And that excitement was an excitement that JNU made available and accessible to us. So the end of the emergency was a very important period of ferment when we were not just sort of learning in the classroom, but learning from the wider classroom of the university and of life itself. So it was the open air classroom, and it was the classroom on the second floor of SSS, from which we learned our politics. And therefore, those of us who moved into political science and the social sciences engaged with global issues, with national issues, all of which we felt was relevant to our evolving personalities as political scientists. So I remember feeling very passionately about the Camp David Accords and opposing the signing of the Camp David Accords. I remember feeling very about the Iranian Revolution. JNU housed some 600 Iranian students in India, in our dining halls, so that we could help them and support them during the period of revolution. I remember in a bit of a dilemma, on the solidarity movement in Poland, because the established left in JNU wasn't quite sure what stand to take. So yes, so JNU was a time when global issues were our issues, when global issues were not just issues against imperialism, but issues trying to come to terms with creating a new global normative order. This was the time of the new international economic order, the new international information order. There was a very intense engagement with large questions, and JNU made that possible, and CPS made it available. We challenged orthodoxy. We challenged orthodoxy of the conventional kind, but we did not enough challenge the orthodoxy of the new kind that was taking shape. Now, I say this because when I look back at that decade, I remember being introduced to this very, very cryptic statement by Karl Marx, which everybody espoused, but I think few people understood. Philosophers have always interpreted the world. The issue is to change it. As if the interpretation was straightforward and self-evident, and now that we have the interpretation, we need to change it. 40 years on, that still remains to me a big question. Moving from the personal to the institutional, let me remind some of you, and Zoya, please correct me if I'm wrong, but let's go to the nomenclature of the center. It was very deliberately and self-consciously called the Center for Political Studies, not Center for Political Science. Every department across the country was Department of Political Science. But here were the wise men and women of CPS who said it should be called Center for Political Studies, which meant that in a sense they were taking a decisive and deliberate position against the kind of positivism and the children of positivism that was growing in the discipline. So structural functional theory, systems theory, behavioralism were no-grow approaches in the development of CPS. So it was all right to have scientific socialism, but not political science. Science was all right for socialism because utopian socialism was not acceptable, but political science, well, was not acceptable. So that's something that we need to think about. We also need to think about the fact that CPS, in a sense, incubated the Center for Economic Studies and Planning. The first chair of CESP was Professor Krishna Bharadwaj in the Department of Political Science. These are important gestures that we need to remember because we really saw political economy as the backbone of political science. And that is why it seemed perfectly natural to incubate CESP from CPS. So therefore, political economy acquired a preeminent status in the designing of the discipline. Political sociology, political culture, political ethnography, even public administration, had kind of subsidiary status. What was great about CPS was that it created and it allowed an entire new curricula for teaching of the discipline. Nowhere else in the country was that possible, and I think this must be celebrated. So we had core subjects and elective subjects. We had letter grading. We had innovative pedagogy. We had, in addition to lectures, we had assignments. We had tutorials. We had the conventional exams. And I think that was quite important because it allowed us to both be bold and to game the system. Some of us wrote very good book reviews for which we got marks. But while at this level CPS was very innovative, it was also very insular in that it did not encourage conversations with other institutions studying political science. So my later institute, CSDS, was not a place with which CPS built up a conversation, a durable conversation, because these were seen to belong to a different ideological camp. Similarly, there wasn't an intense discussion with Delhi University or Jamia, because CPS saw itself as, in a sense, superior as an intellectual place to these other institutions. And this found expression in the way the curricula was framed. So as Sudha said, we taught development of underdevelopment, and we got very involved in the critique of capitalism and what it was doing to development. But we didn't seriously engage with all the streams within modernization theory. I say this because I want to make the point about exclusions. And when we are reflecting on 50 years, we must understand that what was to be included was as significant as what was being excluded. And that is why I want to therefore refer to some absences that were there in the curricula in the first decade. I'm sure my comments are unfair because I'm sure since the 80s and 90s and the 4 decades subsequently, these have been remedied. But let me present them because this is also a historical exercise, and let me present them for the current faculty and the current students to realize that the act of exclusion is an ideological act. And a department and a center like CPS has to be very clear about its principles of exclusion. Are these defensible, or are these just reflex extensions of ideological formations, which I believe was the case in the 1970s. So, for example, the Constitution of India was not a serious topic, nor was constitutionalism. We did not, in the 70s, engage with the Constitutional Assembly debates, which were foundational to the setting up of modern Indian politics. We did not engage with whole theories of institutionalism, which is so central to understanding politics. We did not, Eleanor Ostrom and her work, or the whole work on path dependency by Douglas North and others was not part of our curricula. We did not think caste. Sudha subsequently brought that into the discussion. But in the 60s, there was seminal work on caste by Rajni Kothari and D.L. Sheth and others. That did not enter. We did not think caste. We thought capitalism and democracy, but we did not really understand capitalism as a dynamic system. We did not understand markets. The most we went to capitalism was in the 70s was the book on business and politics in India. We did not look at the role of leaders. So there are some absences, and I state this. It may seem a little churlish for me to state them now, but since you had 6 or 8 presentations in celebratory mode, I thought I would introduce an element of critical feedback. That's very much part of the JNU tradition, self-criticism. Now, therefore, I think I want to use this occasion to not just look back, but also look ahead. I think if we look at what JNU has achieved, the achievements are very self-evident. You don't even have to look at very complex metrics. You just see that JNU has produced a body of students who today inhabit universities across the country. Departments of political science across the country and internationally have been enriched by students from JNU who've studied political science in JNU. And it is to the credit of CPS that these students today are refashioning syllabi and curricula in small regional universities across the country. So that's one very clear metric. I say all this because I really want to emphasize the point. And this is the question that CPS must ask itself. I see the study of Indian politics as a fascinating opportunity. I think I think there is no other political terrain, landscape that is as complex and as rich and as varied and as confounding as Indian politics. So for departments of political science to study Indian politics, they have to take on the responsibility of fashioning new tools of analysis, different tools of analysis. I don't agree with Neera's morning statement that Western theory, Eastern theory, Indian theory. I think we need to critically examine the conceptual baggage, the conceptual toolkit that oh gosh, that's a bad word, that we use in analyzing the reality of Indian politics. I think many concepts carry baggage, and therefore we need, for example, what does rule of law require? What does what does capitalist contradiction mean? What is post-colonialism? These are seminal ideas that we use, and I want to invite the faculty to look at, to examine these concepts critically. Concepts carry baggage, And it is necessary for us to examine that baggage to see which concepts, in a sense, are relevant for the tasks before a student of politics in India. And I'm saying to you that whether it is game theory in a rational choice theory, or whether it is institutional thinking, or whether it is ethnography, these are very useful approaches. But when we begin to deploy them, somebody in the morning in one of the questions said we began to apply these concepts. I don't like that word, because I want to suggest that the application of concepts is in a sense an exercise in diminishing the task and the ambition that we have before us. So therefore, what do I propose? I propose that in 50 years, the Center for Political Studies seeks to define 4 levels of analysis, and each of these levels has to be defined simultaneously. You do one alone, and you can't do one without the other. The first is we have to set up the big picture. I think because if the study of Indian politics is so exciting and so confounding, we have to attend to the big picture. And I think a lot of what we do is not big picture stuff. It is small picture stuff. A lot of detail. What's happening to caste in happening to movement in XYZ, what's happening to local government in XYZ, what's happening to... So we use concepts uncritically to build a narrative which is fairly descriptive and with a lot of data. Of course, there's a lot of data, but it's not big picture stuff. And the big picture stuff is basically an answer to the question, what is democracy doing to India? And what is India doing to democracy? This is a question that D.L. Sheth posed, I think, very, very imaginatively. And it's a question that has no definite answer. We have to keep answering it. What is democracy doing to India? Yes, a lot of transformation. Structures are collapsing. Structures are changing. Gender, caste, youth, small business, big business, ecology. Everything is being transformed through democratic processes. So we have to ask the question, what is democracy doing to India? But also ask the counter question, that if all this is happening over 70 years, what is India doing to thinking about democracy? And that second question is a question that I think remains. So that's level number one, what I call the big picture level. The second level is the trends. What are the trends that we see in Indian politics? Zoya has outlined some of them. Sudha has outlined some of them. And I think these are very important. Role of capital, what is happening to institutions, enfeebling of institutions, role of leaders, politics of othering, etc. But again, we have to ask the question, why is it that our institutional theory says that nations don't exit certain configurations of institutions very easily. They acquire a path dependency. How is it that in 7 years, all our core institutions have become so enfeebled? This is a question we must seek to answer. The third level, if the second level is identifying a series of trends, and the list can be huge, from ecology to social movements to gender relations to family relations to classroom teaching to pedagogy, all these are the result and the product of the deepening and spreading and expansion of democracy. The third is conundrums. This is separate from trends. Democracy produces paradoxes. Should the defense of minority rights mean safeguarding laws? Not a straightforward question. For example, there is a case in the Supreme Court by reformists within the Bohra community saying female circumcision should be banned. Should that also extend to male circumcision? Conundrums. I mean, imagine or should it sort of pretend that there is no issue? I think this is again one of those difficult questions. Should modern education be imposed on tribal communities? Should they be brought into modernity? Or should they, we talk in terms of hegemony, and we talk in terms of, should they be left without access to the benefits of modernity? So the third issue is conundrums. The fourth is, of course, a series of case studies. And I would really urge CPS to encourage its master's students particularly to do case studies across the country. We need to build a huge body of data which becomes available for those who are trying to do the meta analysis. I say this because we just published a book called Companion to Democracy with Routledge, which is titled Fragility, Resilience, and Ambivalence. And it's got 19 case studies that we have encouraged. And it's fascinating to get to know what democracy is doing right across the country, from mining regions in Jharkhand to environmental movements in Kerala. And finally, I'll conclude on the fact, and this is in a sense a response to Zoya's question about communalism. I'll conclude on the fact that if we are going to, let me attempt to give a big picture framework with which to understand Indian politics, and I'll conclude on that. I think and over 70 years, there were 4 discourses that simultaneously were present in the public domain. There was the discourse on state building, what Sudha mentioned. And the state building was in terms of strengthening the election commission, strengthening the courts, reforming the judicial system, the bureaucracy. So the whole exercise was on creating a whole body of conventions and laws and regulations and institutions that made the state a strong state. And this didn't just involve bureaucracy. This also involved UGC, the whole body of ICSSR institutions, etc. State building. The second discourse was on development. The temples of modern India, what Nehru called the temples of modern India. Dams, highways, ports, public sector institutions, etc. This was important because this was a great belief in the Enlightenment. You develop the economy, and backwardness and superstition would disappear. This came from a certain belief in the scientific temper. The third was democracy, and over 70 years, democracy has definitely expanded, and participation has increased. Today, any conflict anywhere, in resident welfare associations, for example, are run on democratic lines. If people have to decide whether a car park should be a children's area or a car park, a general body meeting is called. So democracy has become part of the common sense of India. And the fourth is nationalism. Now, in the previous years, these 4 discourses had almost an equal status. They existed simultaneously. Sometimes they existed as complementary with each other. So when we talked of development of democracy, we also talked of state. Nationalism as a discourse has acquired preeminence. The other discourses of democracy, state building, and development have become subsidiary discourses to nationalism. They all have to pass the nationalism test. And I think that is the question we must ask. Why is it that nationalism has been able to become a preeminent discourse and relegate the other discourses to a subsidiary status, which was not the case in the first decades of post-independent India. And finally, if I may, now these are just random suggestions. If we are going to, in a sense, aspire for the next 50 years of CPS, I think CPS must, and I've not heard this all day today, must engage with the digital world. It cannot engage with issues of the last century. All the issues are last century issues, even the ones that I have been talking about. But the digital world is driving, the digital world has produced corporations that are larger than nation states, that determine. If you look at, for example, the campaign of the BJP in the 2019 election, it's a Facebook campaign. It's a social media campaign. 50,000 WhatsApp groups within 5 minutes can be activated to tell a story, a lie. So mobilization, echo chambers, fake news, demonization. I mean, all the whole campaign against, say, for example, the Tablighi Jamaat. Unless we engage with the new world that the digital thing has created, we will be completing the unfinished agenda of the last century. Thank you. Thank you, Suhas.
Thank you, Peter, and sorry for missing the beginning of your presentation. Now, let's have questions if there are any quick questions. We are approaching the time to conclude the session, but we have enough time for some very specific questions, comments from the audience. Yes, please, Gurucharan.
Gurcharan, you will have to unmute yourself.
Am I audible? Am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes.
Thanks a lot to all the dignitaries of this session. My question is to Professor Joya Hassan. Ma'am, in your characterization of the current dispensation, you pointed to the narrative of the Citizenship Amendment Act. So my question is, ma'am, are we missing the historical perspective so far the narrative of the Citizenship Act is concerned? So I would like to draw your attention to the particular fact that like the Immigration Impulsion Act 1950 were in tone with the preferential treatment to the Bengali refugee constituent assembly debate also shows some kind of tone that, and even like CPIM leader Prakash Karad also sent a letter to then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh with regard to the Bengali refugee issues. So my question is, ma'am, are we more focusing on the current issue from the binary of like communalism or civic or democratic or authoritarian? So what about the historical perspective? Can we look at the issue as an unresolved issue of partition, ma'am?
Okay. I will request the speakers to reserve the questions and maybe some of the questions when they get the time, so that we can give opportunity to some more in the audience. Aftab Alam.
Yes, sir. My question to Peter D'Souza, sir. Maybe it is my misunderstanding that you reduced that your argument that democracy is intact.
Can't understand.
After we are not able to listen you clearly.
Okay, now is it clear?
Little better. Yes. Yes, please go ahead now.
Yes, sir. My question is to Peter D'Souza, sir. That he talked about that democracy or democratic institutions or an idea of democracy is not threatened in present times, because even in residential welfare associations, things are decided on democratic norms. Whereas there are certain fundamental dangers to democratic idea and democratic institutions, like mob lynching and other aspects, have greatly threatened the exercise of democracy in this country. And secondly, about the digital, the prominence given to digital, but we cannot replace the physical with digital. Of course, digital has played an important role in 2019 elections, but we cannot discount the role of the big public rallies which were done across the country with the money received from the capitalist we all know. So, of course, those messages were spread by the digital mediums, but digital cannot totally overshadow and displace the physical setting. That is my question. Thank you.
Rakesh Ranjan Das.
Hello, sir. Sir, may I ask one question?
Yes.
Um, Yes, good evening, everybody. My name is Rakesh Ranjan Das, and I am pursuing my post-graduation in political science from CPS JNU. So my question is to Professor Joya Hassan. I mean, during the course of your presentation, you said one thing that we at CPS have had been actually keeping pace with the changing contours of the political science, or we can say politics at large. But ma'am, I mean that my observation has been in the past 1 year that I've been studying here, that somewhere somehow we are actually not keeping in pace with the kind of I think the kind of academic counter that can be done to the kind of discourse or the narrative or the kind of agenda that the right wing is trying to push in the country for 6-7 years. And actually, because see, right, as far as I observed, that right wing is actually consistent with its agenda, be it Ram Temple or the repealing of 370, and now it seems that the Sri Krishna Janambhoomi movement is there on the cards. And so the old kind of terminologies that we have been using for the past 50-60 years, like it is a threat to communal harmony, it can be threat to secularism, these things are not actually touching the pulse of the people at the core level that I have been saying that. And now that we can feel that the kind of Sri Krishna Janambhoomi movement can be on the cards for the right wing government for the next 10 years, so it can have larger ramifications at the base level also, like the because the kind of personality and the kind of perception that Lord Krishna has got in the cultural consciousness or collective consciousness of the nation. So it can also change the kind of voting patterns, like the Yadavs and Brahmins both voting may vote for the same party because the kind of these things. So it can lead to the consolidation of hegemonic Hindu identity at the larger level, and even the organizations that are working outside India, like the ISKCON Temple and all others, can support this kind of movement. So the old terminologies that we have had been using during the Ram Janambhoomi movement, that actually failed, and they got consolidation throughout India. So what are the new narratives? What are the new academic counter that CPS or the political science department can make at large, so that it could convince the public that actually these movements are in actuality anti-Hindu in nature, and they are just there to gain the political mileage and to harvest the political, I mean to reap the political harvest. So your comment on this one. Thanks.
Bhupendra Ahirwar.
Thank you, Chair, to giving me this opportunity, and I completely feel privileged to listen to the giants of political studies and in Indian politics in particular. So my question is to Professor Joya Hassan. Ma'am, thank you for your wonderful presentation on the rise of majoritarian rules of Bharatiya Janata Party and the declining values, democratic values. I was wondering that the kind of authoritarian Hindu national state and its majoritarian rule is often being a kind of challenge to democratic values. But in recent years, there has been protests, what you call popular protest, against these majoritarian rules. So in this regard, the protest against citizenship amendment bill and farmers movements has been celebrated and has been turned as a kind of anti-fascist and anti-authoritarian kind of move in its spirit and in its struggle. So I was wondering that when we study social movements per se, or the current farmers movement, your very own piece in 1994 in Journal of Vision Studies, where you drive this thesis that how the Hindutva politics also foregrounded on the very rural based and agrarian politics per se. So, like I was thinking that it will be very much beneficial if you can provide a kind of lens and framework in order, like a kind of, because there has been a kind of attempt from the scholars that that the anti-HCA protest was a kind of sectarian kind of assertion, whereas the kind of farmers movement has been seen in a very much secular framework.
Need to be brief, Bhupendra.
Yeah. So, ma'am, I would be grateful to you if you can suggest some framework and methodological tool which can be kind of useful in understanding the like the current farmers movement or social movements in general. Thank you again, and thank you, Chair, for permitting me.
Before I go to the speakers, one last question from Mariam Rashid.
Yeah, I'll just make this very quick. Also, it's not a specific question and anybody can answer, but I was speaking from my own personal experience. I'm doing my master's currently in CPS, and a lot of us are not on campus. So we're doing this master's completely online, and it's a very new, like we're really reading completely online. Now, as a result of this digital divide, because of which a lot of us are also feeling increasingly handicapped on how to do research. And second thing that has happened is that there's been the new education policy which has been introduced, and as a result of that, the MPhil has been completely scraped. Now, as a young scholar, I feel increasingly handicapped because I feel like I don't have the necessary skills to explore the kind of topics that I want to do. And I also feel like the curriculum in some senses also handicaps me because there's not a lot of focus on also with the digital divide, there's not a lot of focus on sort of employing master's students with those skills. A lot of the research thing just happens with the PhD, and now we don't even have the option of doing an MPhil. So any advice from anybody on the panel on how a young student should be dealing with this?
Thank you. Professor Narendra, I can see many of your students want to ask questions, so it may be a good idea to have extended conversation with the panelists later. Let me go back to the speakers and request them to give very quick responses to the overall discussion that has happened. They need not give answers to the questions because that would take us very long time, but maybe to each other's presentations as well, and also taking into consideration the questions that have been asked in reverse order. So I would begin with Peter.
Thank you. I think both of Aftab's questions are valid. I don't want to give the impression that democracy is not under serious threat in India. I in fact, find myself endorsing the description of India having moved from an electoral democracy to an electoral autocracy. I think that's a fair description. So I agree. But the point I want to make is that over 70 years, democracy had become a common sense, and that's the point I want to make. Now, that common sense is under threat. If we look at our opinion surveys from 1996, it's very clear. Most people support democracy. And by democracy, they overload the concept with justice, with development, with rights, etc. Democracy has to carry a bigger normative load than democracy has to carry in any other democracy. That's the point I was trying to make. Regards the digital, I don't agree with you. I mean, I think if you don't begin to, while there are many things about the bricks and mortar politics that you study, unless you understand the emergence of this digital world, you are not going to be able to understand the nefarious ways in which it interferes with our politics. So I don't agree with you that it is minor. It is significant, and perhaps as significant, if not more significant, than the bricks and mortar world of everyday politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Sudha Pai.
Ma'am, you will have to unmute yourself, please. Unmute, yeah. Sorry, ma'am, we are not able to listen to you. There is an icon, just click on that. Yeah. Uh, no, we are not able to listen.
Now
Yes,
it's
now, yes, yes.
thank you. I think two quick responses. One is I would agree with Peter that looking at the digital, politics or whatever one calls it is very necessary. In the UP election in 2000 or even before that, in 2014, I think the BJP hired a number of very important companies to build what was called a brand image. For example, Oligivi and Mathur, Backward, and so on. And they were paid a very large amount of money. They were the ones who helped Arun Jaitley set up a war room in Delhi. I mean, this is something a journalist told me. And in this war room, there was what is called data mining. That is, they find out about you and me, and they find out in which part of the country or in which region or in which town you should send certain kinds of messages. So that is one thing. Secondly, these messages were meant to, of course, communicate all kinds of things about the BJP, but there's also the building of a certain brand image of Modi as, a messiah of the poor, of an OBC person, of somebody rising from a pracharak to the prime minister, etc., etc. I think these are important, and a large amount of money was spent on companies and was spent also through Facebook and so on and on WhatsApp. This is the new kind of area where the battle takes place. And I think understanding this is necessary. More specifically, in 2017, in UP, GPS vans were used by the BJP to broadcast messages and speeches of Modi in what are called the dark areas. That is those areas where the internet doesn't function, the remote villages and so on. And that proved to be, I believe, highly successful because this van would go there, people would gather, and the speeches would be read. So I'm not saying that these are the things which won them the election. Maybe the rallies were more important, but I'm just giving two examples of the use of the digital politics, and this is becoming extremely important. But yes, here I must point out, but that of course the Congress was a latecomer to all this. But when they did it for the Maharashtra and other elections and so on, they didn't get such good success. So there is this interview of this CEO of Oligar and Oligivi and Mathur, I think it is, who says, well, it's the product you give us. And it is the one who came to us first. So we've already created a brand. And while creating that brand, we downgraded all other brands and so on. So you see, there is a whole range of digital politics in today's building up of majoritarianism, of a certain kind of right-wing hegemony, which I think is very important. So I would agree with Peter on that. Secondly, coming to, I'm not part of the center any longer, but all I would say to somebody like Mariam Rashid is that a lot of reading is needed. I mean, you're on your own now, and true, in classrooms you have a person who teaches, and there's interaction, and you can ask questions. It's a much more, it's a very different kind of setting. But I would say that whatever the setting may be, reading is very important. The more you read, and the more you familiarize yourself with the subject, that's the only thing you can do when you're online. I'm sorry, I don't have any other suggestion to give, but my sympathies with all students who are online, because I remember enjoying the classes and my students enjoying them. So all you can do is a lot of reading. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Professor Zoya Hassan.
Thank you. I think all the three questions that were specifically asked to me are really great questions. And it actually shows that the spirit of critical inquiry that I was talking about in my presentation is alive and kicking in CPS. So that's really very heartening indeed. I think the first question was actually all three are very important questions, and I'm not quite sure whether I'm up to answering them adequately. But nonetheless, the point about the point about CA and whether we are missing the historical perspective, I think that there is a historical background, there is a historical context, and the citizenship provisions have been diluted bit by bit. And yet, I think, the religious criteria marks a dramatic shift. And while the historical perspective is important, and we know, I mean, there's a great deal of work on that. Anupma Roy has worked on that, and of course, Leisha Jayal's book, and also some of her later work and interventions after the introduction of the CAA in the India Forum articles and so on, have certainly drawn our attention to the developments that have been going on for the past, let's say, 10 or 15 years. And yet, I would say that the Citizenship Amendment Act marks a very major departure and a very profound change. And perhaps that is one of the reasons why, in the face of very serious protests, which were extremely important against it, I think the government has gone slow. In fact, one might even say the government has put the matter on the back burner, because it's been 3 years since this December. Yeah, exactly 3 years since the CA was introduced, and there is really no movement on the matter, and no framing of rules, which is partly because of the protests, and partly I'd like to think it's also because there is perhaps a recognition that this does have very far-reaching implications, even though it may be only about illegal immigrants. But it is changing, in some senses, the structure of citizenship. The second question about the changing contours of the discipline and how, according to your experience in CPS, which is much later than mine, of course, there's not sufficient. There's not sufficient change, and that CPS is not keeping pace with changes. Now, that's not something that I can really comment on, because I've not been part of the CPS faculty now for many years, although I'm in touch and I have some idea of what's going on, but yet it's not the same. But I do think that you have raised a significant question that should be a matter of concern coming from a young student. I think it is something for the CPS faculty to think about, which is to say, is the center responding adequately to the challenges and to the changes that are happening? But at the same time, I think we have to be also mindful of the fact that even, the center can certainly interrogate what is happening, and yet it cannot be a substitute for political opposition, which has to happen obviously outside our university. But I do think that you raise an important question. I do hope that the center will consider the need to intervene in the public debates on these very, very important issues that are before us. Then the third question I thought was, well, all were very interesting and important, but the third one I thought was particularly interesting because it really speaks to my own interests as well. And that was the point about looking at these two significant protests, which is to say the anti-CAA protest and the farmers' protest. I think you were right in raising questions. So, to put it very telegraphically, this is not really at the moment for a discussion, but we should have a longer discussion on this. Really, the CA protests were very different from the farmers' protests. But apart from the very obvious and substantive differences between the protests, I think the more interesting and significant thing was the way in which public institutions responded to them, which is to say the government, political parties, which were so muted in their response or opposition to the CAA protest, but were obviously much more enthusiastic in their response to the farmers' protest. Likewise, the judiciary, which was clearly, I mean, which made the point in the end that beyond the point the Scheinbach protest cannot go on. They cannot go on sort of occupying indefinitely a public space which is causing inconvenience, but did not respond in the same way to the farmers' protest, which have occupied public spaces, and that too on highways for almost 12 to 15 months. Not to speak of the government, which clearly used strong arm tactics with both, but much stronger with regard to the CA protest than it did with the farmers' protest. And in the end, let's face it, all said and done with. Now, of course, there are electoral compulsions, we know, and the UP election looms large on the thinking of this government. But it did. It has, after all, repealed these laws, which was the main demand, and what is more, is likely to withdraw the cases against farmers and so on and so forth. Obviously, nothing of the kind has been done with regard to the protesters against the CA who are still languishing, most of whom are still languishing in jail for more than a year. So I think the interesting thing is the differing state response and that of public institutions. And I think where the CA, in a sense, the CA protest lost, well, the CA protest suffered the fate that it did, in part because I think the ruling dispensation was successful and effective in presenting it as a sectarian movement, which it was not. I still maintain that this was not a Muslim movement by any stretch, although they were predominant and Muslim women surely led from the front. But at the same time, if we look at the history of this movement of 2 months or 3 months, so to speak, from about the 19th of December 2019 to about the middle of February, so we're talking about 2 months, certainly the first half of the movement was, the participation of non-Muslims was very significant. In fact, I would say it was as significant as that of Muslims. No doubt, in the second half of the movement, after mid-January, Muslims predominated. But overall, if we take an overall view, and I have done that in a small, a small monograph that I have done on this protest that I hope will be published next year, it's clear to me that this was not, there was very significant participation on an issue that concerned primarily Muslims. I think we should not forget that unlike the farmers' movement, this was an issue that concerned Muslims. Yet there were so many non-Muslims who were not going to be affected in any way. And yet they were there, they supported this movement. And I think this is something to be noted, to be celebrated. And in that sense, I think it was perhaps one of the most significant non-sectarian movements in the history of public protests in independent India. But I do think that all of you have raised such fascinating questions that require the Center for Political Studies, not sort of old people like us, to really think about and research and write about. Thank you.
Professor Palsikar, please. I think we have. Oh. We'll wait for him to join again because he's the chair, so he has to make his concluding remarks. In the meantime, may I request Sudhanshuji if he wants to say something in, let's say, till Professor Palsikar joins us? Yes.
Yeah, he's there. I think Suhash was there.
So, okay.
Yeah. It's
Yes,
getting late.
sir.
Let me just
Okay.
wrap up quickly.
Yeah. No, sir.
I can
Sudhanshu
imagine all of you.
yeah. So
Yeah, thank you. Let me begin simply by congratulating the CPS not only for completing 50 years, but completing 50 years of illustrious career of an institution, and then also having the tenacity to celebrate that in order to make sure that the next generation of students and teachers remembers what the earlier people have done and how to take forward that legacy. So thank you very much and congratulations. Though it is an irony of history that when you are completing 50 years, one cannot but be tempted to go back to those 50 years. When the CPS was being founded, for example, it was a time when a crisis of democracy was brewing in an embryonic form. When the CPS is celebrating its 50 years, there is another crisis of democracy in a full-blown shape, and therefore the task, the responsibility, and also the problems facing any student of Indian politics cannot be underestimated either for the period when the CPS was formed or when the CPS is celebrating its 50 years. Let me therefore, given the sparse time that we have, only summarize 3 or 4 major theoretical challenges that students of Indian politics, not only at CPS, but friends like us outside the CPS also face today when we try to study Indian politics. And I am deliberately saying study Indian politics because I don't want to enter into a discussion with Peter on whether it is a scientific study or only a study in a non-scientific manner or non-positivist manner as he chose to put it. What are these 3 challenges which need to be theorized? It's not the nitty-gritty, it's not the nuts and bolts, it's not the small parts that Peter was critiquing, but the larger issues. I think all of us, all speakers mentioned majoritarianism. But majoritarianism is a tendency which stems from a constant search for building an all India set of politics. Nehru began with India politics, but that was all national movement. India Gandhi began to build that all India with help of her personal authoritarianism. Today, we would be making a mistake if we stopped only at personal authoritarianism as a trait of this all India. Instead of that, majoritarianism, constructing a particular majority out of a particular community politically, is the project that is happening, and we need to theorize on that, not just critiquing it, but try to understand it as a century-old project of making all India politics as the unit of politics through which power and search for power will be conducted. The second challenge is the chasm, the gap between governance and politics. Peter spoke about democracy as common sense, and I have nothing to contest that. But ironically, what is happening is that while democracy is becoming common sense as our politics, as our political contestation, governance is becoming less and less democratic. And we need not go into that. I would just telegraphically mention that this began in the 70s. The non-democratization of governance began in the 70s and it accentuated in the 1990s. And therefore, we have not just the present moment, but a long history to trace for this non-democratic governance. As a result of which today, governance has been reduced to either regulation or coercion at best, or surveillance at worst. And therefore, that's the second challenge, which in a sense encompasses Professor Sudha Pai's concerns about institutions, and others have also mentioned those concerns. And probably the third and most nagging, most challenging concern, which would intersect not this session but other sessions as well, is the question as to whether there has been a displacement of democracy as repository of hope. Are Indian citizens no more looking upon democracy as a repository of hope? That is the question which we should take up. Evidently, the middle classes have given up on democracy. They are no more interested in democracy as a content, democracy as a practice. But the question really is, are there other classes which are also getting increasingly disenchanted with democratic politics and democracy for delivery of what they expect from the system, what they expect from the polity? The desertion of the middle classes, in a sense, is a signal, is a symbol that there might be probably a larger exodus of a social support for democracy. And if democracy is not supported by the people, if more and more people find democracy as a non-fulfilling exercise as far as their expectations are concerned, then where does democracy go? These three challenges, in a sense, indicate that critique is not enough. A more deep analysis and theorization of what is happening to Indian democracy over in the context of socio-political processes that have been discussed is probably the challenge for anyone who wants to study Indian politics at the contemporary moment. It is in this sense that you and I, all of us as students of politics, find ourselves at a very peculiar juncture where democracy is probably the most celebrated term, concept, or intellectual tool, and at the same time, it is an enigma. What do people mean by democracy? Do people use democracy? Do people want something from democracy, as Peter pointed out, as an overburdened, overloaded concept? And therefore, ultimately, what does democracy deliver in the last instance? These are theoretical questions. If students of Indian politics didn't answer these questions, then probably political theory wouldn't be able to answer those questions either. I will stop here with all my best wishes to everyone at CPS and thanking you for the opportunity to interact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request the may I request Amarjit to come in for the vote of thanks to the speakers and the chairs. And before that, just we can give 2 minutes with the permission of the chair to Mr. Sudhanshu, because he has been waiting since morning and he's there in office and his CPS alumni. So I just thought we'll just give him 2 minutes.
Sure. My apologies. I have really skipped many of those who raised their hands for want of time. But yes, it's your privilege. Please go ahead, Sudhanshuji.
So, thank you so much for this opportunity. And firstly, very warm regards to everyone: Zoya ma'am, Sudha ma'am, Balveer sir, Gurpreet ma'am in the morning, Bhargav sir. I mean, it's an incredible achievement on the part of the organizers to have kind of ensured such a constellation of legends, which for me, I was part of CPS from 2002 to 2006. Did my MA and MPhil. And I have only one word for the center and the university, which is gratitude, heartfelt gratitude for all that the center has given me, and I am voicing so many like me who are part of bureaucracy. Everyone whom I meet who is from JNU and who is part of some service or the other has within his or her heart JNU beating even now. And being in Delhi helps, because then the resonance happens when you can visit the campus. And I know I'm not discussing hard issues which have kind of been dealt with during the course of the day, but this is straight from the heart, and I hope to the heart. CPS for all of us and JNU has been like another parent, like a mother, and this commemorative function after 50 years. And just to repeat myself, to have managed a constellation of legends like the ones who have spoken today and who would be speaking tomorrow is an amazing feat. And I wish it was offline, but good that it is online. Otherwise, many like me perhaps would not have kind of attended it. Because it's difficult to leave office and go to the center. But then the conference room setting, the lunch, the real lunch, not the virtual lunch, would have been a welcome change from the monotony of the office. So thank you so much, CPS, for arranging this, and I look forward to the sessions tomorrow also. Hopefully, all of us can attend it. And thanks in particular to some of the people who posted the link on the social media. And then I kind of shared it. There is a WhatsApp group of civil servants from JNU in that group, and many of whom actually joined during the course of the day, but could not stay on long enough. So once again, thank you, CPS. Thank you, JNU, for everything. And much more, which words can never do justice to JNU. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well spoken.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, Amarjit, please. Thanks.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am honored and lucky to have the opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks on this special day commemorating 50 years of JNU on behalf of CPS. I liked the session very much. It was very informative, insightful, and illuminating. I would like to thank Professor Joya Hassan, Professor Sudha Pai, and Professor Peter D'Souza, and the chair, Shuhas Palsekar, for that. I express immense gratitude to the speakers. On behalf of CPS, I would also like to thank the organizing team, particularly Shivani, Supriyo, Jigyasadi, with the chairperson, Professor Narendra Kumar, and the faculties, and also the volunteering team, Jyoti, Ashik, Pankaj, and MA students for report writing. And finally, tomorrow is the second day of the conference, as we all know. So I, on behalf of CPS, anticipate a great number of participation as we had in the morning sessions. That was quite overwhelming. So thank you once again. Thank you all.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Oh.
Bye, Rajesh.
Hi, Biju, Harinder.
Hi, Bhavya.
Yeah, everybody else.
was-
Good work. Good work.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello,
Shivani.
everyone. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, sir. Everyone.
Yeah. Good and fruitful day.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
nostalgic.
See you
sometime.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Thank
See
you.
tomorrow.